morning. Good morning. Big Uncle woke me up and I laid back down. But we up. 100%. We are up. We are at it. Courtroom had a couple of heads come through, but nothing yet. To get on this one. How are we? Good morning. How is everyone? I about to say, let it overcook, baby. You better hope I don't throw it on a slice of bread. Get some bacon near me and didn't offer nobody none. You want me to watch it cook, but didn't offer me one? Everybody love bacon. Even the people that say they don't eat pork eat bacon and pepperonis. Good morning, good morning, good morning. All right, y'all. So we are gearing up for a bacon tax. Listen, because bacon goes on everything. But we are gearing up for instructions and closing arguments and deliberations for Mr. Demorris Hunter. So I was talking with Tiff Ann about it. And Tiff Ann told me that a kickback is not illegal. Messing with it, having a little sneaky link in your building is not illegal. That your son don't know about your mans. That they don't need to meet your mans. Oh, Chaz, I know you were waiting to plan because we plan. Me and Tiffany, they never stopped planning for your to attend because we know your family get ready to get down with the get down, okay, at that reception. And I think I said that before, because especially with what's going on right now, I just happen to know that Chaz's soon-to-be husband is deployed. But if anybody else's family is serving, enlisted, thinking about enlisting, I'm a little nervous because my one and only niece, this is her senior year, and for the last 2 years, she's been saying that she was going to enlist in the Air Force, and now I don't want to. But that has been I know my best friend is a veteran. I have a soft spot. Is there any evidence that the body was placed in the I gotta lend y'all people. Your addendum to your motion for judgment of acquittal is noted, and my witness is saying my history. So the car killed her. Did y'all catch that? He wanted to add another little piece to his judgment of acquittal that got denied twice yesterday. And he said basically they want to keep saying that Theresa was gone, but there's no evidence that suggests whether she was gone or still here when she was put in trunk. To be honest, Mona, my nephew is the only one. Tiffany's son is the only one of his friends that did not leave for a branch of the armed forces after they graduated. I am so sick for him because they finally got to see each other. I think sometime last year, but they haven't seen each other but once, maybe since graduation, like all together. Of course, they talk as often as they can, but it's just like to know those babies are 19. I'll look at them like Tuesday. On Thursday. It's definitely a different thing, Miss Paula, and I always sympathize with Chaz. So when I first got out of high school, I went to college, and my boyfriend at the time, he went to the army. My reaction was a little delayed because he got sent to Fort Knox in Kentucky. We lived in Ohio, so he could just drive home on the weekends. That was no biggie. But 3 years in, they figured out, hold on, we ain't sent his ass nowhere. Now he was promoting really quickly, but I think they figured out, wait a minute, we ain't sent his ass nowhere. And that final year, they sent him to Korea for the entire year, and I was like, but to see his job and to know what his job was, it was like it's not about age there. It's truly about rank, and I think that's scarier than us saying, "Well, you're mature for your age." It means something different when you see a person who's younger than everybody around, but they're running to him because he's a sergeant.
We picked those up. I'm just going to mark through it.
Now, quick question: Do
I'm just marking through it.
I've been wondering, does Demorris Hunter? I should have looked it up last.
The other alternative at this stage. This is why I asked yesterday.
You right on his ass, don't they?
We're going to white it out.
Oh, Cairo. Oh my, oh my. Because y'all know I will stand on business long and loud if I feel like I'm right. I'll be asking 300 Pennsylvania. Get up, Cairo, he's standing back. And mean it. I wouldn't care who's looking at me. Y'all know I will be loud and wrong if I feel like it's right. I know that's not how it works, but I don't like that baby boy, that's daddy. I don't like it at all. They're sacrificing the whole time they're serving. I used to be so scared for my best friend, like, Lord, hurt his mouth. Lord, they gonna kill her. And I was talking about when she went for training. And I didn't think she was going to, but she did 11 years. 11 years before she decided to move to Vegas. Technically, she's all the way out. I know you're not going to tell me that. No. I'm just trying to make it make sense for him. That's all.
Right, that phrase has been whited out on each of the shirts.
10th. That's Friday. Yeah. Birthday Friday. I didn't get to go watch Hawaii. I started doing something else. But they had closing arguments yesterday, right? We may have to watch closing arguments of Hawaii while we wait on the verdict.
bring him in.
Also, I learned yesterday that the Fed said that they don't have hard evidence that there were cops involved in the police heisty. But there's a possibility that there's a lot of Instagram DMs. I don't know what to say about that. I don't know what to say. Hey guys. If I'm telling you, I don't know what that is.
Jury entering. You may be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Did everyone heed my admonition not to discuss this case with anyone? And not to let anyone discuss the case with you? And not to watch any news accounts of this case? All right, thank you. You will see, in addition to your notepads, there are jury instructions. Before we start going through those jury instructions, I need your agreement on something. As much as we try to get these perfect, inevitably I will find a typo or something that needs to be changed. Does everyone agree that if I find one of those, that you will make the change on your copy of the instructions? All right, because that will allow you to read along with me rather than waiting until the end to get a copy with all of the corrections made. We are going to begin reading about a third of the way down the page on page 1 under Introduction to Final Instructions.
Yo, I'm going to watch it.
Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial.
Please
Please pay attention to the instructions I am about to give you. Demorris Ann Hunter, the defendant in this case, has been accused of the crime of first-degree murder. Demorris Ann Hunter is accused of first-degree murder in count 1. Murder in the first degree includes the lesser crimes of murder in the second degree and manslaughter, both of which are unlawful. However, a killing that is excusable or was committed by the use of justifiable deadly force is lawful. If you find Theresa Ann Green was killed by Demorris Ann Hunter, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing in deciding if the killing was first-degree murder, second-degree murder, or manslaughter, or whether the killing was excusable or resulted from justifiable use of deadly force. The use of deadly force to kill a human being is justifiable homicide and therefore lawful, if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in or upon any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the killing. Deadly force means force likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means harm that is more than slight, trivial, minor, or moderate. The killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of.
Yep, we're at jury instructions, closings, and deliberations on day 3. This is not, however, the quickest trial we had. We had a couple that happened on day 2.
With usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent. Or 2, when the killing occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation. Or 3, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from a sudden combat if a dangerous weapon is not used and the killing is not done in a cruel or unusual manner. Dangerous weapon is any weapon that, taking into account the manner in which it is used, is likely to produce death or great bodily harm. To prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder as charged in the indictment, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Theresa Ann Green is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Demorris Hunter. 3, there was a premeditated killing of Theresa Ann Green. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose.
Real quick, where is Henry Fields, aka Pete, with the white man? What happened, Pete?
Between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing, the period must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing.
You really don't look as crazy.
If the evidence does not convince you that the defendant committed the main crime of which he is accused, there may be evidence that he committed other acts that would constitute a lesser included crime. In other words, if you decide that the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will need to decide if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. The lesser crimes indicated in the definition of first-degree murder, as it pertains to count 1, are second-degree murder and manslaughter. To prove the crime of second-degree murder, the lesser included offense of count 1, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Theresa Ann Green is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Demorris Hunter. 3, there was an unlawful killing of Theresa Ann Green by an act eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that, 1, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and 3, is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict of second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. To prove the crime of manslaughter, a lesser included offense of count 1, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Theresa Ann Green is dead. 2A, Demorris Hunter intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Theresa Ann Green, or B, the death of Theresa Ann Green was caused by the culpable negligence of Demorris Andy Hunter. Every person has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty.
Okay, while they're reading that, so the crazy part about this is they think this was about Ivora Denise Huntley. That was the woman in Oakland, California, that was allegedly his ex-girlfriend, his being the defendant here, Demorris Andy Mike Hunter. I believe Miss Huntley was shot. Yeah, Miss Huntley was shot in Oakland, California, and witnesses reported seeing Demorris Hunter fleeing the scene immediately after the popping. He became the primary suspect. They put out a murder warrant for him in California. He fled the state, traveled across country. Now, the crazy part about this is we know that somewhere in between, the party might have been March 25th, 26th, they're putting the date for Theresa Ann Green for this case, her unaliving, somewhere between March 26th and 27th of 2002. But Miss Huntley was popped March 26th of 2002. So literally 2 months before. So March, he pops Miss Huntley in Oakland, California, leaves Oakland, California, goes to Florida. In Florida, he allegedly strangles Theresa Ann Green, leaves her in her car, takes the van and takes off back across country so he leaves from Oakland, California, goes to Florida, kills Miss Theresa, leaves from Florida, goes to Texas. In Texas, they find the van burnt up and all of that. And then he was eventually arrested in 2003 in Houston, Texas. Now, when he was arrested in Houston, it was because he already had the murder warrant in California. But by the time he was arrested, he had a warrant in California, and he was also wanted for the unaliving of Theresa Green. So he had both of those unalivings that happened within 2 months, but he wasn't arrested until the year later when they found him in Texas. So he's extradited to California first. Then he was convicted of the unaliving of Miss Huntley, or popping Miss Huntley, in the Oakland case. He got 110 years for that. And then what else was it? I said it was March and then May, so he literally did both of them in 2 months. Now, the other thing that we talked about was the fact that he was convicted in 85 of killing somebody. He killed somebody back in 85. I believe he did 12 years and got out, and then ended up in some other mess too. So he was previously convicted of killing a man, and then other ones, like his other charges were shooting or seriously injuring others. So it wasn't a big stretch, when he popped Miss Huntley. Now the strangulation looks a little different because it looks like he used to popping people, but that's pretty much the other case. Now, hold on. Are my children snoring? Gee, my knee, it must be getting good to them. Oh, okay. So then, so yeah, he got M and attempted M. So that one was in California too. I was trying to see if he was bouncing coast to coast when he was committing this, but apparently the one in the 1980s happened in Oakland, California as well. So that was in Oakland. So it was M and attempted M. Yeah. I was trying to see if I can figure out how he got out. If I come up with it, I'll let you guys know. But I'm trying to see if I can figure out how the hell he got out from killing somebody the first time. 3 bodies spread out, but they're also alleged that he's rumored to be a part of some other shit from maybe like a year or two after he got out, all the way up until they could prove something. So they're trying to say that he's connected to other crimes, but I haven't seen the evidence of it, nor has there been any type of indictment
about their testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness.
Acting to get out, kill somebody, and just walk out.
The Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendant. It is not necessary for the defendant to disprove anything, nor is the defendant required to prove his innocence. It is up to the state to prove the defendant's guilt by evidence. The defendant exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by his decision. No juror should ever be concerned that the defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. Ladies and gentlemen, I will read the remainder of the jury instructions after closing arguments. As I've indicated before, both the state and the defense have rested their cases. The attorneys will now present their closing arguments. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They're intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time.
Yeah, they're saying serial, and I'm thinking because of the 2-month situation, like the back-to-back in 2002, but they're saying like pretty much he's suspected or rumored to be a part of things as early as like maybe a year or so after he got out. I just can't, like the reports are so different in different places and different sites about how long he actually got versus how long he stayed versus when he got out. And I can't find any information concrete on who they're well, I probably could if I dug real deep. Just real in those last 5 minutes, I wasn't able to find any who he's accused of or what he's accused of doing. So, but they did prove the pattern of violent activity from all of his popping incidents, that he popped somebody, they died, he popped another person, they were seriously injured, then he turned around and popped, goes to jail, comes out, and then he pops Miss Huntley and then leaves, goes across the country. 2 months later, somebody else is dead. The only difference is Theresa Ann kind of stands out from his pattern, not a pattern of violence, but he's used to popping people. But you could kind of argue that he was using a new name and a new tactic because he wasn't at home. All his poppings happened in Oakland. So we'll see. But it looks like we are at closing arguments. Let's go.
But the state is entitled to divide that time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has spoken. Mr. Buxman?
Thank you, Mayor. Please, court, counsel.
Real quick, y'all already know what I'm going to ask. Y'all already know what I'm going to ask. Y'all know I like the mic drop, the coup de grace. in the rebuttal that always get me. Do y'all think there is something that the state's going to sprinkle season over this case at the end in the rebuttal that we know the defense will not be able to argue against? Do y'all think they have that piece? And if so, what do y'all think it is? Let me know.
Morning, everybody. This is Theresa Green in life. She was the mother of Octavius Hayes, daughter of Lyda Jones, sister to Loretta Tomlin, and Rosemary Jones. And she was a friend of those who knew her in life, like the Butlers. She worked at the Florida hospital in the labor and delivery department. The department of the hospital that's meant to bring newborns into this world and to help mothers share the miracle of life. That's what Miss Green did for this man right here, strangled the life out of her. This is Theresa Green in death. After that man strangled her, wrapped her body in a sheet, threw her body in the trunk of her own car like a piece of trash, left that car at Walgreens, fled the state to try to escape the crime he just committed. That's why we're here, ladies and gentlemen, and that's why the defendant is charged with first-degree premeditated murder. Judge Munyon read you some instructions a few minutes ago, and she explained to you the instruction regarding justifiable homicide. She told you that the use of deadly force is justifiable homicide and lawful if done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in or upon any dwelling house which the defendant was at the time of the killing. There is no evidence in this case whatsoever to suggest that this killing was justifiable. And the judge told you earlier that it is your job to look to the evidence in this case that you heard from the witness stand and saw in the form of exhibits in making your decision. I believe the defense, even in jury selection and opening statement, said you need to look at the evidence presented in this case. That governs your decision here. You heard evidence that Joseph Butler and Theresa Butler got into kind of a slapping thing in the apartment that night. You heard that they went on the stairwell and they tumbled down the stairwell at some point. You also heard that at the bottom of that stairwell, nothing happened. No one was screaming in pain. There were no punches thrown, no weapons drawn, nothing going on between the victim and the defendant. No indication that the victim was trying to murder the defendant or commit a felony upon him. Instead, they got up, they walked up the stairs, and they went back to Theresa Green's apartment. Additionally, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard evidence from Dr. Utz, the medical examiner, that Theresa Green, the victim in this case, was strangled. That is not the result of somebody defending himself. That is the result or the sign of first-degree premeditated murder. Also, ladies and gentlemen, people who are justified in killing somebody don't, after it's done, take the body, wrap it up, hide it in the trunk, and flee the state. People who are justified in killing somebody don't try to cover the killing up. This killing, ladies and gentlemen, was in no way justifiable. Judge also read you an instruction. You have them in front of you. You're reading along. Excusable homicide. An excusable homicide occurs when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune. Dropping a gun and the gun accidentally going off and hitting somebody and killing that person, that's an accident. That's misfortune. Wrapping hands around somebody's neck and strangling the life out of somebody is not accident. It's not misfortune. This is not an excusable homicide, ladies and gentlemen. There's no evidence to support that. So let's look at the elements that the state is required to prove in order to prove this defendant guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. Number one, Theresa Ann Green is dead. I don't think this element is going to be in great dispute. There's no question she's dead. How do we know that? Well, we know that the person found in the trunk of Theresa Green's own car was an African-American woman about the same body type and age as Ms. Green. We know that she is locked inside the trunk of her own car. And we also know that a fingerprint analyst, Howard Kuhn, compared known fingerprints of Theresa Green, which were rolled before she was killed, with the fingerprints rolled at the autopsy of the woman who's found in the trunk, and they match. So this element, I don't believe, is in dispute in any way. The state has proven beyond any reasonable doubt that Theresa Green is dead. The second element the state has to prove is that the death was caused by the criminal act of Demorris Hunter. So how do we know that it was the defendant who killed Theresa Green? Well, we know that the defendant and the victim were dating. Joseph Butler, Joyce Butler, Lisa Moore, and Octavius Hayes all identified the defendant here, Demorris Hunter, as the person that they knew back then as Mike. So we know the defendant back then was lying to everybody about his real name. But we also know that law enforcement showed each of those four individuals photo packs. And in position number 3 was a photo of this defendant, Demorris Hunter. And each and every one of those four victims, or four witnesses, picked the defendant out as the person they knew as Mike. So we know Demorris Hunter and Mike is the same person. Additionally, when the defendant was arrested and brought to Florida, his DNA was collected. And you heard from the DNA analyst that the defendant, Demorris Hunter's DNA, was found on the victim's watch in her apartment. So we know this man is the same Mike that was at the party that was dating the victim. We also know that the defendant's fingerprints were found in apartment number 9, this man's fingerprints. So again, we know this man is Mike, the person who lived in apartment 9, the person we've been talking about throughout the course of this trial. So how do we know that the defendant killed him? We know that the defendant was the last person to be with the victim when the victim was seen to be alive. The Butlers told you that there was a get-together at their apartment the night that all of this happened. The Butlers lived upstairs on the right in apartment number 12. Theresa Green's apartment was right across the hall, apartment number 11, and the defendant lived downstairs in apartment number 9. There was a get-together that evening. Joyce Butler had to work the next morning. She's like, we need to shut this party down. It's loud, the music's going on, I need to work, so we need to shut it down. Joseph Butler complied with her wishes, shut the party down, and for some reason, there was some kind of disagreement between Theresa Green and Joseph Butler around this time. And admittedly, Theresa Green was intoxicated, she was impaired, and she slaps Joseph Butler for whatever reason. Joseph Butler slaps her back. They eventually make their way out on the landing, which you see in the photograph. Something happens on that landing. There's testimony that Theresa Green kicked at the defendant maybe grabbed her, and they tumbled down the stairs. When they got to the stairs, down to the bottom of the stairs, again, they got up. There was no screaming, nobody was severely injured, no one was in pain, there was no fight, punches thrown, weapons drawn, anything like that. They simply got up, walked up the stairs, and went into the defendant and Theresa Green went into Theresa Green's apartment. So regardless of how impaired Theresa Green was, we know she was able to negotiate and walk up those stairs on her own with no problem. Once the defendant and Theresa Green went into Ms. Green's apartment, Lisa Moore told you that she heard loud voices. She heard some kind of argument. Lisa Moore's 6-year-old son was in the Butler's apartment still. So she goes in, she grabs her son, she goes downstairs and puts her son in her car. She walks back up those stairs and she wants to use the phone to call her brother. She can't get into Mr. Butler's apartment. Either Mr. Butler locked the door or whatever, she couldn't get in. So she knocks on Theresa Green's apartment door. Theresa Green doesn't answer. The defendant answers. The defendant doesn't say anything like, oh my God, I lost my mind and Theresa's hurt. Come help, call law enforcement, go call 911, whatever. He says to Theresa Green, when she asks to use his phone, he says, it's best you don't come in. He didn't want her coming in to see what he did. Otherwise, why not let this young lady who has her son trying to use the phone come in for a second and make a quick phone call? That'd be a pretty good reason why he wouldn't let his friend, the woman who he was with this party with throughout the night, the neighbor's friend, the neighbor's daughter, come in and use the phone for a second. Lisa Moore told you she went downstairs again, checked on her son. He was okay. She walked back upstairs, again, knocks on Theresa Green's door. No one answers this time. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, Theresa Green couldn't answer at that time, and the defendant surely did not want to answer. Who was the last person to be seen with the victim when the victim was alive? Diane. Joyce Butler told you that. Joseph Butler told you that. So did Lisa Moore. Remember, Lisa Moore was not drinking that night. And Lisa Moore is not suffering from the memory problems that her mother admittedly said she is suffering from. Remember, Lisa Moore told you that when she saw them fall down the stairs, they kind of slid down on their butt. She was asked, did you ever see Miss Green hit her head or on the way down or get injured? She said, no, I didn't see that. They slid down on the butts. And I expect the defense during the closing argument to bring up that these three witnesses, Lisa Moore, Joseph Butler, and Joyce Butler, had some inconsistencies in their testimony. And they have every right to say that because that's true. They did have some inconsistencies. They have some inconsistencies about some of these small details. How long did you know the victim? They had different answers. How long had you lived in the apartment? They had different answers. How long did you know the defendant? Again, they had different answers. What position were the defendant and the victim when they tumbled down the stairs? Some of their answers were different. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you that that's to be expected. This was 24 years ago this happened. It's expected that memories will fade and some of these small details will be inconsistent. But look at the total of their testimony. Look what was not inconsistent. Look what they were consistent about. They all said the same thing about what happened at the party, why it ended, about the slapping, about them falling down the stairs. Joyce Butler and Joseph Butler were consistent about the next morning when the defendant came and asked for Joseph Butler's help in moving the victim's car. The last person to be seen with the victim when the victim was alive was the defendant. So what happens the next morning? The defendant comes over 6:30, 7 o'clock. And remember, this party shut down at like 2:30 in the morning. So this is only several hours later. The defendant comes over and he asks Joseph Butler for some help. He asks, hey, I need you to follow me and Theresa someplace in the car. It doesn't say where they're going. The defendant gives Joseph Butler the keys to this white van that the defendant had been driving. The white van was owned by Henry Fields, aka Pete. Henry Fields had let the defendant use the van as he needed. So he gives Joseph Butler keys to the van. Joseph Butler gets in that white van. The defendant gets into Theresa Green's car, and they leave together. The defendant's leading. Joseph Butler is following in the van. This is the same van that was eventually found in Houston, Texas, torched, on fire. Joseph Butler said that this was a little unusual because the defendant didn't drive Theresa Green's car. It was also unusual that Theresa Green wasn't there. He didn't see Theresa Green at that point. Why? Because she was already dead and her body was stuck in the trunk of the car. So they traveled to Walgreens in Sanford. The defendant made arrangements to get rid of the victim's body. Body was wrapped in a sheet, thrown in the back of the trunk. That trunk was shut and locked. Law enforcement had to break the window to gain entry and then break the lock to actually get inside the trunk. The defendant didn't just drive the car a block down the street. He distanced himself. He made sure that this car was far away from the apartment, the place that he lived, and the apartment that the defendant and the victim were last seen together inside. When they get to Walgreens, it's interesting that the defendant doesn't even get out of the car to go inside the store. It's not like they drove 15, 20 miles from Orlando to Sanford for him to go into this specific Walgreens to get something, to justify why they're going there. He doesn't go in, he doesn't buy anything. Joseph Butler goes inside to try to get some Alka-Seltzer because he was feeling real well. He comes out and the defendant is rummaging around the victim's car. Joseph Butler gets back in the van. The defendant then gets back in the van, and they leave this car here at Walgreens. The sole purpose behind this trip, ladies and gentlemen, is again to distance himself from this car and keep that car and the body inside as far away from the place that's associated with the defendant as possible. And he trusted Joseph Butler not to say anything, because Joseph Butler was a friend. Well, thankfully, ladies and gentlemen, when questioned by the police, Joseph Butler did tell the police what happened and did explain about the transporting of the car to Walgreens. Not only did the defendant try to distance himself from this car and the body of the victim that he killed, when he gets in the car, in the van with Joseph Butler, he says something very important. He tells Joseph Butler, "I messed up." Well, the defendant was right about that. Joseph Butler said, "Look, I don't want to hear anything else. I don't want to be involved." And this was the first time Joseph Butler said he actually felt concerned. He told you that there was some kind of a plan between him and the victim to go to the car lot this morning and drop the car off. But when the defendant came over that morning and asked Joseph Butler for help, he didn't think really much about it. But he didn't see Theresa. They don't go to a car lot, they go to Walgreens instead, which is weird. The defendant's driving Theresa Green's car and she's not around, which was weird. And now the defendant says, "I messed up." At this point, Joseph Butler told you that things are maybe starting to click, that the defendant and the victim may have gotten into it, and the defendant may have done something. Clearly, at this point, he doesn't know that the victim's body is in the trunk of the car that they just arranged to drop off at Walgreens, but he's starting to get concerned. He told you on the stand, Joseph Butler said, "I didn't want to be involved. I told him, don't tell me anymore." He still doesn't want to be involved. He was trying to avoid the very thing that happened 2 days ago of him having to come into court now, many, many years later, to testify. He didn't want to be involved. But we do know that when Joseph Butler was questioned, along with Joyce Butler, he let the police into their apartment, take whatever photos you want, collect whatever evidence you want, dust fingerprints however you want, whatever you need. And we also know that Joseph Butler told the detectives about the party. He admitted slapping the victim, told them about them falling down the stairs, and told them about taking the car to Walgreens that following morning. When Joseph Butler and the defendant get back to the apartment after leaving the car at Walgreens, that's the last time the Butlers see the defendant. Why? Because he leaves, and he flees. He leaves the state. The defendant gets in Henry Field's van that he had been using and leaves. He gets in the same van that is later found in Houston, Texas, burnt to a crisp, torched. You heard Terry Cool, the arson investigator, who was called to the scene of this fire. She told you that the fire was intentionally set. There was no license plate on the car. The gas cap had been removed, and the fire, there was basically kindling in the back, in the apartment area of that van. That fire was intentionally set. We also introduced the tag and title history. Houston Police Department examined this van and did a confidential VIN inspection, which is where they found the VIN number associated with this van. It was based on that VIN number that they determined this was the same van that had been reported stolen by Henry Fields in Orlando when this crime happened. We also introduced the tag and title history of this van, showing that the VIN numbers matched and showing that this van belonged to Henry Fields. And interestingly, this van was not reported by any other agency as being stolen. So this is not a situation where the defendant takes the van, drives it to Houston, and some other person just randomly steals the van. If that would have happened, it would have been reported stolen. It wasn't, because the defendant knew he was the one who stole it. The evidence points to the defendant being the one who torched it, set it on fire, and burned it. Shortly after the van has been found burning, Officer Monroe Gage from the Houston Police Department makes contact with the defendant at a house on Barwick Street. makes contact with the defendant in a place about 6 or 7 miles away from where this van was located. I think that's just a coincidence that both the van and the defendant are found several states over? Of course not. When Deputy Gage explained to you that when they found the defendant, another officer called him on the phone and said, "Come out the front door." The defendant doesn't come out the front door. He goes out the back door. When officers see him go out the back door, they start yelling at him. They tell him to get down, comply, listen to our orders. The defendant didn't comply. Instead, the defendant ran. The defendant tried to escape. The defendant only stopped when he learned that there was going to be a canine released who was going to capture him and probably hurt him. The defendant tried to run from law enforcement when they were there to arrest him for the first-degree murder of Theresa Green. It's another piece of evidence to show that the defendant was the one that committed this murder. Otherwise, why run from the police? If he hadn't murdered Theresa Green, if he hadn't stolen the van, why run from the police? He ran because he knew what he did. He knew why the police were there, and he tried to escape the consequences. We call that consciousness of guilt. Going back to the apartment, how else do we know that the defendant was the one who killed Theresa Green? Crime scene investigators came to this apartment and they did their work for several days. They processed the scene, they took pictures, they took photographs, they took swabs from various locations for potential DNA. They processed the victim's apartment, they processed the defendant's apartment downstairs in apartment number 9. Nothing of real relevance was found in the defendant's apartment, except they did find Theresa Green's fingerprint in there, which in and of itself isn't shocking considering they dated and probably frequented each other's apartments. But interestingly, when they processed the victim's apartment, the front door and the only entrance to the victim's apartment was not damaged. The door hadn't been kicked in, the door jamb wasn't broken, it wasn't pried open with a crowbar, the locking mechanism wasn't damaged. Nothing. No indication that the door was forced open to gain entry to Theresa Green's apartment. This shows that some random person just didn't walk up those stairs, kick the door in, go in, and kill Theresa Green. There's no damage. Whoever killed Theresa Green either knew her, was allowed in, or had access or a key to the apartment, like a boyfriend, like a defendant. What do they find inside Theresa Green's apartment? They find a watch. They find a Seiko watch, which was on the bathroom counter. We know that Octavius Hayes picked it up and put it on the counter. Significantly about the watch, though, they took swabs. Well, first of all, we know this wasn't a robbery. We have jewelry that's out in the open. The house was clean, tidy, it hadn't been rummaged through. Valuables were still there. So we know this isn't a robbery. Somebody randomly just didn't break in and steal stuff. The watch, they took swabs from this watch and sent to Florida Department of Law Enforcement. And when those DNA analysis was done on the swab from the watch, we know that there was a major contributor of DNA on that watch. That came back to the defendant's DNA. We also know that the watch was broken. So again, this is evidence the end-all be-all smoking gun? No. But it does show, well, we know that the defendant and victim were together throughout the night. They were dating, so it's not the end-all be-all. But we do know that the defendants touched that watch with enough pressure to put DNA on it, and we know that watch was broken, indicative of some kind of a struggle or an altercation. Crime scene investigators also found blood in the apartment. When compared to the known DNA profile of Theresa Green, it was Theresa Green's blood. Could that blood have come from when Joseph Butler slapped her? Could have. But what else do we know that was found inside that apartment? When they walked in, watch, and when they walked in, they found this really big hole in the drywall. Now, Octavius Hayes told you that hole wasn't there when he left. Because remember, he went for a couple days to a friend's house over the weekend, Memorial Day weekend. He said that hole wasn't there when I left. When I got back and came and found my mother wasn't there, that hole was there. So we know that that hole was created in a very short period of time, a short window. And we know this hole was not caused by Joseph Butler slapping the victim inside Joseph Butler's apartment. I submit to you that it's reasonable to believe that the hole was created during the altercation that eventually led to the defendant strangling the victim. All the evidence in this case, ladies and gentlemen, points to one person, points to the defendant as being the person who killed Theresa Green. This element, ladies and gentlemen, has been proven beyond any reasonable doubt. The third element the state has to prove is that there was a premeditated killing of Theresa Green. The judge read to you that killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing, but the law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. That time must be long enough to allow reflection, and the premeditated intent to kill must occur before the killing. The law says premeditation can happen like that. As long as the person has enough time to think about what he is going to do and make the conscious decision to do it, that is premeditation. So what evidence do we have to show that this killing was premeditated? Dr. Utz talked to you about the photographs taken during Theresa Green's autopsy, and he explained to you that there were, in his opinion, various contusions or bruises. There were abrasions, scrapes or marks, and evidence of blunt-type trauma inflicted upon the victim. He explained to you that there was swelling present in the right side of her neck, which he felt was caused by some type of trauma. He also noted the darkened areas on her lips, shoulder, chest, things like that. And as a trained medical examiner, he is able to look at those injuries and determine, look, are those injuries simply from a darker skinned individual and pigmentation of the skin? Are they result of decomposition, or are the result of trauma? In his opinion, these areas were the result of trauma. Those findings of trauma are also consistent with the physical evidence at the scene: the broken watch, the hole in the drywall. Could some of this trauma maybe have been caused by Joseph Butler slapping her? Maybe the contusion on her lip. Could some of that be caused by her falling down the stairs? Maybe. But again, remember Lisa Moore, who said when they fell down, they slid down on their butts. But regardless, could some of this trauma have happened from falling? Could be. If those were the only injuries that we noted, that were noted on the autopsy, that might be a reasonable explanation, but they're not. She has other injuries that were clearly not caused by a slap and clearly not caused by falling. Those injuries, combined with the circumstances of how her body was found, wrapped up, shoved in the trunk of a car, a locked trunk, all indicate that the victim was murdered and strangled. Theresa Green was an otherwise healthy 38-year-old woman found wrapped in a blanket and her body in the trunk. We know she didn't do that to herself. We also know that she was not shot, she wasn't stabbed, she didn't have a brain bleed, she didn't have internal thoracic, internal bleeding, she didn't have any disease, she didn't have a heart attack, she didn't have stroke. We know that she didn't die from alcohol poisoning. Even Dr. Arden said it's really unlikely she died from alcohol poisoning. So when you don't have any other explanation, one of the things you look at, and we know she didn't drown. So when you don't have any other explanation, one of the things you look at is strangulation. The injuries to her neck, both internally and externally, are indicative of strangulation. That strangulation is evidence of premeditation, ladies and gentlemen. Strangulation is a long process. This is not a situation where a gunshot into the head or stab into the heart, where it causes an immediate death. Strangulation is a process. Strangulation occurs when the veins and or arteries leading to the brain are compressed such that oxygenated blood cannot get into the brain. If oxygenated blood can't get to the brain cannot function, and eventually the person becomes unconscious. And if that pressure is continually applied, even after the person is unconscious, that person eventually dies. You heard Dr. Uss explain all this. During this entire time, the pressure has to remain constant and continued pressure. That takes time. Second by second, minute by minute, holding that pressure. That's premeditation. But But what's even more so, when this happens to a victim, the victim doesn't lay there passively and let things happen. The victim fights, the victim struggles, the victim crashes. The victim tries to remove that pressure from the neck. And as the victim fights, struggles, and moves around, that pressure is also moving and something is released, which causes oxygenated blood to come back into the brain, which causes the person to stay alive and conscious and aware. Only to the point where that pressure is includes the arteries and the veins, does the person fall conscious. That takes time. So what evidence do we have that the victim was struggling and fighting? Dr. Utz described these various linear marks on the side of her neck. This is on the right side, the side of the neck that has the swelling, as well as the other side of her neck. Dr. Utz explained to you that there are a couple possibilities of how this occurred. It could be from the defendant, the attacker, wrapping his hands around her neck and squeezing with the pressure and causing the fingernails to cause and leave these marks. This would be where that would be on her neck if that happened. It also could be from the victim's fingernails, who is reaching and clawing and trying to remove that pressure from her neck. We know Theresa Green was slapped by Joseph Butler. We know she tumbled down the stairs. Those actions are not going to cause those linear fingernail marks. What else do we know? Dr. Utz talked to you about the hyoid bone. The hyoid bone is that very protected internal structure around the chin area. And he told you that that area does not receive trauma very easily because it's so high up and is so protected. Dr. Utz explained to you that the hyoid bone is actually 3 different bones. And when a person gets older, in 40s, 50s, so those bones start to fuse. But a person of her age, Mr. Green's age, they are still pliable and movable, and they have joints in them. Well, he explained to you when he looked at the photographs, and you see here, there was an area of hemorrhage, a dark reddened area of bleeding or hemorrhaging. Dr. Utz explained to you that in strangulation cases, he sometimes finds injury to a hyoid bone. Not always, but sometimes. In this case, there was hemorrhaging there. This injury is not caused by a slap in the face. It's not caused by somebody tumbling down the stairs. That's caused by pressure in that exact area of the throat, causing the hemorrhage. The other side shows the same hemorrhaging. Dr. Utz explained to you that that is a hemorrhage and that the hyoid bone wasn't broken, it wasn't fractured, but it was dislocated, displaced. Why? Because of trauma, because of impact, because of pressure. Now, Dr. Arden disagrees with Dr. Utz about some of these things, and I'll get into that in a little bit, probably during my second closing. But all of this evidence points to strangulation. And again, it's a lengthy process. The victim is struggling every second, second by second, and that 5 minutes, the defendant has to make this conscious decision to maintain the pressure on his veins and arteries in order for the victim to fall unconscious. And even after that happens, he has to maintain that pressure to kill it. That's an opportunity to think. That's an opportunity to reflect. That's an opportunity, if he wants, to spare her life. But he chose not to. He chose to maintain that pressure. That is premeditation. His actions after the murder also show premeditation. After it's over, he doesn't say, "Oh my God, I just lost my mind. I can't believe I did that." He doesn't run out the door, bang on his Butler's door, and say, "Oh my gosh, I need help. Please call. Theresa's hurt." He doesn't do any of that. Instead, he won't answer the door. He waits until the coast is clear, wraps the body up, throws it in her trunk, and drives the body far away from the apartment. Then leaves the state. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence has proven that while the defendant was striking and then strangling the victim, he consciously intended to kill her. No other explanation for doing that to somebody. During that process, he had the time to reflect and to think, and he chose not to release that pressure. Based on all the evidence in this case, the state has proven all 3 elements of first-degree murder. The judge read to you an instruction about lesser included offenses. She read you an instruction about second-degree murder and manslaughter. Lesser included offenses are just that. They are less than the crime charge. The crime charge is first-degree premeditated murder. If the state has proven that beyond reasonable doubt, you shouldn't even look at the lesser included offenses, because the judge will tell you that your verdict should be for the highest offense that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Because the judge has read to you some of these things, and you read them, you have them in front of you as well, I'm going to just briefly touch on the lesser included offenses. There is second-degree murder, and second-degree murder doesn't require any proof of premeditation. That's why it's a lower crime. And the example I think that Mr. Marrero may have used to some of you in jury selection, the typical example we hear is that a man gets home, walks in the bedroom, sees his wife in bed with another man, they're naked, there's a gun right next to him, without thinking, he reaches over, grabs the gun, and fires. No time to think, no time to reflect, no time to think, oh my gosh, this is what's happening, I'm going to do this. He just reacts. That is the second-degree murder. We don't have that situation here, ladies and gentlemen. We have much more than that, because in this case, we have strangulation, we have thought, we have a conscious decision to maintain that pressure. He is guilty of the higher offense of premeditated first-degree murder. Manslaughter, she read to you that instruction as well. And manslaughter would be a situation where a person thinking a gun is unloaded points the gun at somebody and pulls the trigger, not thinking that there's any bullet in it, and there is, and the person dies. There's no intent to kill. There's no premeditation. That is a lesser crime than first-degree murder and a lesser crime than second-degree murder. Again, the evidence in this case has proven that element of premeditation, which is why this case is a first-degree murder case. If you look at all the evidence as a whole, apply your common sense, I submit to you that the only verdict in this case is guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. Thank you for your time, ladies and gentlemen.
We said first degree is the only.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I told you guys in jury selection that we all know each other here, and that we have a professional relationship with each other. And I think in this trial, you saw everybody really trying to get along and trying to behave professionally. I have nothing but the highest regard for these prosecutors. That being said, I completely and totally disagree with the state's portrayal of the evidence in this case. What you just heard in closing argument was a whitewashing of facts, covering up all the details that make any difference. Fortunately, all of you were here and heard everything that actually came from that witness stand, not a retelling that you just heard. And as the court has instructed you, and it's to the evidence in this case alone that you must base your verdict. It must be based solely on the evidence or the lack of evidence and the law. Let's go through the evidence together. I'm not going to try to belabor too many things, but I think it's really important to look at the testimony of these witnesses, because I would suggest to you that the state's case stands or falls on the credibility of Joseph Butler, Joyce Butler, and Lisa Moore. If you find these people to be 100% credible, and I suggest to you that it is impossible for you to do so, you could convict Mr. Hunter. But I'm telling you that their testimony is not credible, and it's not supported by the evidence. Joseph Butler took the stand, and he's an elderly gentleman. He told you about his apartment complex, which of course is indisputable. He told you that he knew Theresa Green as a neighbor. From the stand, he said that he knew her for 3 months. Previously, he had testified that he knew her for over 2 years. But he didn't have much to say about Theresa. He didn't much seem connected to her in any real way. Somebody who lived about 5 or 6 feet away from his apartment for over 2 years. Didn't say anything about his relationship with her, didn't really say anything nice about her or bad, just she was my neighbor, period. It doesn't appear as though Mr. Butler bothered to read the statements he had given to law enforcement or read the transcript of the deposition that he gave years ago. He took the stand and he said, "Oh, my memory is clear. I remember everything better now than I did back then." I am quite certain that he had those transcripts in his possession. And he just couldn't be bothered to read them. I suggest to you that he really did not appear to care very much. He certainly didn't care about being here. He made it very clear to all of you that the reason he didn't ever call the police for this whole thing was because he didn't want to end up on this witness stand. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. He claims that he knew Mike, who is, of course, Demorris Hunter, that he knew him for about 3 weeks. And I would suggest to you that given the fact that he didn't really say anything about his relationship with Mr. Hunter, either good or bad, that he really didn't have much of a relationship with Mr. Hunter at all. I respectfully disagree with Mr. Buxman's portrayal of them as being friends. Apparently, they were going to have a barbecue. I don't know if that's true. You don't know if that's true, but that's what he says. And then he went to Publix with Mr. Hunter and bought some meat. And by the time he got back, Theresa Green was well drunk. It sounded like, and I ask all of you to rely on your own recollection of the facts. It sounded like that probably happened in the early evening of the Saturday, May 26th, 2002, when this is all alleged to have happened. It's probably true that Theresa Green was drinking a lot and that she probably was pretty drunk. He goes on to describe this get-together, which for some inexplicable reason he refused to refer to as a party, that it was going on for some time. They were listening to music, apparently quite loudly, well past 10 p.m. on Saturday night. Apparently he's drinking. Apparently Miss Green is continuing to drink. He admits that Demorris Hunter, known to him as Mike, was not drinking. And he also says that Lisa Moore was not there. He told you that his wife got up a couple of different times to complain about the music. Now, it is, I think, reasonable to assume that by the time she got up the second time, after 2 o'clock in the morning, and this party was still going on, and she supposedly was supposed to go to work the next morning, that she was probably pretty upset. I remember waking up my dad from when we were kids. He would go to bed early and we'd be watching TV and laughing and whatnot. We woke him up, he'd be pretty upset, right? Because nobody likes to be woken up. So I think that's exactly what happened. Joseph apparently was also pretty upset because he, from all appearances, wanted the party to keep going. He slams the door to the bedroom, and that's nothing he admitted. That's what we got from Miss Butler. And then orders everybody out of the apartment because his wife's angry. And I don't know what this says about Theresa Green, other than I guess she's a pretty ornery drunk. Because when Mr. Butler orders them all to leave, she hauls off and slaps him. Now,
That ain't good.
I've hosted a lot of dinner parties at my house, and no one's ever raised a hand at me or anyone else.
That's why this don't make no sense.
So I'm trying to give you guys a picture of what is going on here, right? These are people who've been drinking since early evening, well past 2 o'clock in the morning. Fully to be expected that whoever's still drinking at that hour, pretty hammered, right? And not only hammered, but not very pleasant drunks. And we've all met them before. She hauls off and slaps her host in the face. And he immediately responds by slapping her back. Did any of you think that he was minimizing what he did when he testified from the stand? When he said, I tapped her. Really? No. His wife gave it away. Joyce Butler said no. He smacked her hard enough to give her a bloody nose. Now, a bloody nose is not the kind of thing that you give every day of the week. And it's not the kind of thing you receive every day of the week. Here's what I think. I think it's entirely possible that Theresa Green really got angry when she saw the blood coming out of her nose or her lip. We don't really know exactly where it happened, but Joyce Butler said it was coming out of her nose. We know that when somebody gets smacked like that, right, in our common experience, somebody gets smacked like that and you start bleeding, the first thing you're going to do is rub it with their hand, their left or the right hand, depending on. They're going to rub it with their hand, look at their blood, and go, look what you did to me, right? I mean, they're going to get angry. And we know that that's how Theresa's blood got on the door, right? It was only a little bit. I mean, it wasn't a ton. It was just a little. You saw the photograph. It was a tiny little smudge of her blood got in there. Detective Bergen talked to Joyce Butler, and she agreed, yeah, that's how the blood got on the door. At some point, and you can imagine this thing escalating, right? Starts off with Joyce Butler angrily waking up at 2:30 in the morning and asking her husband to please turn the music down again and please get this party over with so I can get to sleep, so I can go to work tomorrow. Suddenly, Theresa Green hauls off and smacks Joseph. Joseph smacks her back, right? And now the door is open and this group of people, which apparently included Joyce Butler, are all gathered near the door on a landing that you can look at the picture. It doesn't appear to be any wider than this podium and is certainly within arm's reach from one door to the other. You can see the stairwell and the doors are right there. They can't be more than 5 feet apart. Suddenly all these people are standing there, according to them in this story. And by the way, there's absolutely not one shred of evidence that any of this actually happened. Okay? We just have to take their word for it. We don't really know what the details are. We just have to take their word for it. Or not. But the story that they're telling you is that somehow they end up on this landing. And for some unknown reason, according to Joseph Butler, Theresa decides to take her anger out on Demorris Hunter, who's done nothing, isn't drinking, No one even attempts to accuse him of being belligerent or being rude or being angry at her or having any dispute with her of any kind. That's probably true, right? There's one good way to tell the difference between when people are making things up and when people aren't making things up. And one of the ways is if people are telling you things which definitely help them, they might be lying. Whereas if they tell you something that really doesn't help them in any way, it's a lot more likely that it's true, right? Because why would they say it? In other words, when people have motives to lie, that's when they lie. People don't lie just for no reason at all. And when people are motivated to tell the truth, they might tell you the truth. That's not a hard rule, but it's not a bad way to look at things. And according to Mr. Butler, she not only, who by the way, also had testified that Mr. Hunter was trying to restrain her from attacking him. Mr. Butler goes on to add that for no apparent reason, she, Theresa Green, kicks Demorris Hunter down a flight of stairs. I mean, that's a severe accusation. That is saying that this person is willing to put someone's life in jeopardy because she's a mean drunk, essentially. Is that true or not? There's no way to tell. There's absolutely zero evidence to back up that version of the facts. You simply have to take their word for it. And I'm going to get into why they might not all be telling you the truth about that. In any case, his story is that the two of them go tumbling down the stairs, head over heels, the way he described it, one over the other, until they land all the way down at the bottom of the stairs. And then they get up and walk back. And he has no interest in knowing anything else that happens after that. He's like, well, I was done. I closed the door, went back into my apartment, and got myself another drink. He testified that the next morning, Mr. Hunter started bothering him very early and asking him to take him to a car lot. When Mr. Butler testified about having had a conversation with Theresa Green about returning her car to a car lot the next day, that was the first time anybody had heard that story. He never told that to the police. He never told that to the attorneys that deposed him. He never even told his wife. I'm pretty sure he had never told that to the state attorney's office either. He got up here and pulled that one out of thin air. Why would he do that? Trying to make himself look good. Trying to come up with a reason why he would agree. First thing in the morning with a raging hangover to drive this practical stranger across town to go drop off a car. By the way, we're talking about a Sunday morning at 7 o'clock in the morning. That's the story, that they're going to go return her car to a car lot. Absolutely no evidence to support that. Absolutely no documentation, right? no documentation that this car, I can only assume that the implication here is that the payments were overdue or something. Or they were going to repossess the car. In any case, I would argue to you, you can take that phrase, that statement of Mr. Butler's and throw it out. He just made it up now. I guarantee you his memory is not better 24 years later than it was 2 days after this happened. If that were true, he would have told the detectives that that's what happened. He just made it up. He claims that Mr. Hunter comes into his bedroom and just tells him, hey, I need you to follow me and Theresa in my van. And he says, okay. Really? Does that sound like the kind of thing that any reasonable person would do? What the hell are you waking me up for on a Sunday morning? I didn't get to bed till 3 a.m. I'm not driving anywhere. Plus, what are you asking me for? I mean, he says that Mr. Hunter went into his bedroom and woke him up as if they'd known each other all their lives. He also said that Mr. Hunter never promised him anything, never paid him anything, never threatened him. He just did it. He just decided to go ahead and do it. I suggest to you that there is no evidence of any kind of relationship between them that would warrant either one of them asking such a favor from the other. According to him, he gets in the van, he mentions that he never saw Theresa, even though he claims that Mr. Hunter told him, I need you to follow me and Theresa. He never saw her in the car. And he never once asked him, hey, where's Theresa? I thought you said she was with us. Nothing. Says nothing. They get to this Walgreens all the way, and by the way, you know, anybody who's ever driven north on I-4 and gotten off on the 1792 exit in Sanford knows there's a gigantic Seminole Town Square Mall there. It's been there as long as I've been here, and I've been here 50 years, with a huge parking lot. And all kinds of places, all the way down from I-4, all the way into Sanford. Very strange place to drop off a car, right? Does Mr. Butler ask him, what the hell are we doing at Walgreens? Doesn't ask him. Doesn't ask him. Not curious at all. Then he says that Mr. Hunter tells him, oh, I messed up. What could that possibly mean? What do you mean I messed up? You know, when we use the phrase I messed up, I can mean all kinds of things. I forgot something. I said something stupid. You know, it can mean all kinds of things. And if you say I messed up to me, I would answer, about what? You're my friend. What'd you mess up about? What's going on? There's something I should be concerned with? Nothing. Yes, nothing about what that's supposed to mean. His only response is, oh, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to know nothing about it. all the way back, half an hour in that van. Not a word between them about this. I think that story is highly suspicious. Mr. Butler did admit, when I cross-examined him, the apartment that he and his wife lived in was owned by Florida Hospital. That both of them were employees at Florida Hospital. And that if Florida Hospital got the idea that they had been involved in a crime, that they were in trouble, that they could lose their job and get kicked out of the apartment, both. He admitted it, and so did Joyce Butler, right? So, that, I would argue, ladies and gentlemen, is a motive to lie. That is a motive to protect yourself. That is a motive to stay out of things. You would think it would be a motive to say to Mr. Hunter, no, I'm not going anywhere with you unless you tell me where Theresa Green is, right? Nope. Never bothered to ask him. Well, what else could that motivate him and Joyce and even Lisa Moore to do in order to protect themselves from losing their jobs, which most likely didn't pay much, and being thrown out of an apartment, both, if they got in trouble? What would that motivate them to do? Mr. Butler admitted that he knew that his downstairs neighbor, Humphrey Moore, who was renting an apartment to Mr. Hunter, he knew that he was moving out. He knew that his lease was over at the end of that month, which was essentially that week. And that they would, because Mr. Hunter was renting from Humphrey Moore, that he would have to move out to. He knew that. And even though the prosecutor tells you that Mr. Hunter fled town, the fact is, we don't know when he left. He could have left Sunday morning. He could have left Monday morning. If Mr. Butler had called the police Sunday morning, when he got back to his apartment with a concern about what might have happened to Theresa Green, if he had called the police then, the police might have met Mr. Hunter at his apartment as he was moving out. Or we would know for a fact that Mr. Hunter had left Sunday morning. The fact is, he didn't call the police. And when he got back and told his wife about what had happened and what Mr. Hunter allegedly had said, I messed up, the two of them apparently sealed a pact between the two of them, never to speak to this, about this to anyone. You would think that Joyce Butler would look at her husband and say, what are you telling me? What do you mean Theresa wasn't there? Where is she? Right? This is her neighbor. Here's what it would have taken for them to find out if Theresa was there. Not a gesture, not a scintilla of effort on their part to see if Theresa was okay or to warn anyone that there may be a killer loose. Not a scintilla of effort. Why is that? Why is that? I suggest to you there's only two possibilities. Either one, Joseph and Joyce Butler are two of the most heartless, calloused, indifferent human beings you've ever met in your entire life and didn't give a damn if Theresa Green was in fact dead. Or they had something to do with it. Lisa Moore, one last thing. Not only did Joseph Butler not call the police, and apparently agreed with his wife to make sure she didn't call the police. When the police did get involved, and asked him to provide a DNA standard so that they could exclude him as a possible suspect, he refused. And what is more, right up until this case started, here in 2026, Joseph Butler, who's still alive, could have provided a DNA standard at any point in time. He could have provided his fingerprints, which he never did, to law enforcement. Those fingerprints could have been compared to the prints that they found on the car in the parking lot. That one print that they got, it was a clean print that was definitely, positively not Demorris Hunter's fingerprint. He could have submitted his print so that they could compare it, right? He never did. And still hasn't to this moment. Lisa Moore was the next one to take the stand, and she testified that she didn't know Theresa Green before she died. Mr. Butler said that she wasn't there until much later. She claims to have been there at some point, showed up with her 6-year-old and was there with him until 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning. She doesn't remember anything about any of the details about the argument, how it got started. And apparently she was sober, but in any case, she doesn't remember what was going on. She doesn't remember Joe slapping Theresa Green, and clearly didn't remember anything about her, about Theresa Green having a bloody nose or bleeding from the lip. She says that Mike and Theresa fell down the stairs like everybody else. I don't know. It doesn't seem reasonable to me to think of two adults sliding down a staircase on their butts, facing each other like they're on a seesaw. My common sense tells me that didn't happen like that. That doesn't make any sense. People don't do that. If you're on your butt, you might go down one stair, right? You're not gonna go all the way down a staircase like that. What are you on, a toboggan or something? Like, her story just doesn't make sense. I don't know if she saw it or not, to be honest. And y'all don't either. The state's asking you to take her word for it. I suggest that there are reasons which might drive both Joseph Butler and Joyce Butler and Joyce's daughter, Lisa Moore, to come up with a story and to blame Demorris Hunter. I don't know. It struck me as, at the very least, extremely irresponsible of her to put her son, an 8-year-old son, in a car in the parking lot at 3 o'clock in the morning. As a father of two, I can guarantee you that I would never think to do such a thing. I don't know what it says about her, other than that indicates a certain degree of callousness carelessness with her own son. Maybe she did it, maybe she didn't do it, no way of knowing. But very interestingly, Lisa Moore admits to calling her brother at 3 o'clock in the morning and asking him to come over. The last time I got a call, 3 o'clock in the morning, was probably around 1993. When I was a prosecutor and I had weekend duty, I got a call from a detective. That was my job. I had to be available 24 hours a day. That's it. And I've raised 2 children who are both adults now. I never got a call at 3 o'clock in the morning. I would wager that very few, if any of you, have ever received a call at 3 o'clock in the morning. A call at 3 o'clock in the morning is the kind of thing that clutches your heart, because it's never good news, right? Especially if you recognize the number. Now, I realize that in 2002, these people probably didn't have cell phones. I don't remember if I did or not. I think I had like maybe one of those Razor flip phones or something. But a call at 3 o'clock in the morning is not the kind of thing that you expect. I mean, I suppose if you're the sort of person who's up all night, maybe more common. Generally speaking, pretty rare. So what on earth would provoke Lisa Moore to call her brother at 3 o'clock in the morning, not just call him at 3 o'clock in the morning, but call him and ask him to come over? What could have happened? She says that the reason she disturbed her brother at 3 o'clock in the morning was because she was concerned that Joe Butler might be violent with Joyce Butler. She wanted him to just check on that. Joyce Butler didn't remember a whole lot of things, but when I asked her about that, she just laughed. She was, and here's the thing, like, if you've ever been in an abusive relationship with somebody, and I hope that none of you ever have, but if you've ever been in an abusive relationship with someone, and somebody asks you, you know, your reaction is going to be pretty quick. Your reaction is going to be pretty definite. You know what it's like to be abused by someone, to be hit by someone. And she clearly acted like that has never been a concern of hers. So I don't think you should believe Lisa Moore's excuse for why she calls her brother at 3 o'clock in the morning. And by the way, he ends up coming over from wherever it is that he lives. He drove over there at 3 o'clock in the morning to check on his mom. She didn't call him. She didn't call him to say, hey, I'm in trouble, right? She didn't call the police to say, hey, this guy's hitting me. She didn't do anything. I suggest that is not why she called her brother. Now, I don't know why, but there is a possibility. Octavius Hayes testified next. He didn't testify a whole lot. Octavius is clearly an unfortunate victim, not just of his mother's untimely death, when he's at such a young age, but he was exposed to what I think can only be characterized as a just inhuman amount of callousness for the Butlers. Now, these people who had every reason to suspect that something had happened, so they say. When this young man shows up at his mom's apartment, finds the door open, or unlocked, goes in and finds some damage to the drywall, her watch on the floor, and her purse overturned. And goes right next to his neighbor's door and asks them. The two of them respond when asked, "Have you seen my mom?" The two of them respond, "Oh, no, we ain't seen her." Really? Not. Well, we saw her Saturday night. She was over the place, and she, she had a little accident and fell down the stairs, but she seemed like she was fine. We haven't seen her since. What's the problem? What's the problem? No. This pact that they have, the two of them respond. No, we ain't seen her. And that's it. That's it. They don't give him anything else. Now, why on earth would they treat that young man like that? Why? Why would they be so cruel to him? Why wouldn't they help him? I'm still going through the witnesses one by one with you. The next person that testified after Octavius was Mr. Filippucci. And this is a rhetorical question, but I wondered how many of you noticed that he was the lead homicide detective in this case? He's now retired. He's a pool attendant in the Villages, but he was a homicide detective, and he was the lead detective in this case. I don't think he was on the stand for more than about 10 minutes. Said almost nothing about what he had done in this investigation. Didn't even mention the fact that he had taken multiple interviews of the butlers and why he had taken multiple interviews of the butlers. I thought he was going to come back to testify to more. It's not uncommon for detectives to do that, by the way. They start, they tell you some part, then the witnesses who are going to actually testify, and then they come back and then they testify about what those people told them. That's pretty commonplace for us. But he never came back. He never talked about any of the stuff that he did, with the exception of going into the apartment and the photo lineups and the fact that the purse was emptied and on the bed. By the way, about that purse, I want you guys to have a look at the picture again when you go back there. Because it stuck with me that not only is the purse overturned, right? Like, if you're looking for car keys and you want to get them really quick, take the purse, dump it, stick your hand in it, grab the keys and go, right? No. If you look at the picture, you'll see that it appears that every single document in that purse that had been folded up was unfolded and spread out. It looked an awful lot like somebody was looking for some document. Even her driver's license was pulled out of the place, with the little clear plastic cover that we all have. It had been pulled out from it and left neatly on the bed, right? Whoever went through that purse touched and rummaged through every document, including the driver's license, in the purse as though they were looking for something. I have no idea why that's the case. I have no idea why. But guess who's the only person who's got a fingerprint on any one of those documents? Octavius Hicks. Not Demorris Hunter. Not on a single document. Zero evidence. Zero evidence that he touched that purse or touched any document in that purse. Zero. Officer Schaefer testified after that, and the important thing that he had to say was that Octavius Hayes was the one who called the police, not the butlers. Next up was Detective Bergen, the other homicide detective, who I told you guys I've known her for a long time. Your Honor?
Yeah, I think it is about time. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a 15-minute recess. Do not discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss it with anyone else. Do not do any independent research while you're away from us. Leave your pads and pens on the chairs. They will be there when you return. Jury exiting. All right, we'll take a 15-minute recess.
All right, guys, we are now officially 15 on our first break. How are we feeling about these closings? Do we feel like anything has been made clearer? Is it still clear as mud? Do you feel any different after hearing the closings? Again, side note, I know that we know that closings are not evidence, but does this make anything about the case clearer for you? Yes or no? If not, why? Really? The whole Butler clan got some splaining to do. Not guilty, just go back to Cali because Mr. Hunter didn't do this alone. And I'm beginning to think Mr. Butler may have been more involved than we think. The defense is putting things into perspective. Clear as mud. Okay, we're there. I agree with you and love to me. I said that yesterday while we were watching. I went back and rewatched a couple of things, and I still feel the same way. I'm not saying he don't deserve to be at that defense table based on the situation alone. Like, hey, it looking real crazy for you, but I don't think he did it by himself. And to be honest, I don't even want to know. Don't tell me nothing. Don't tell me nothing means you already knew. To me, you just didn't want to hear it out loud. You just didn't want nobody to say it out loud, but you heard what was going on the other side of the walls. And to be honest, I don't truly believe that it just ended with Mr. Butler going in the house. I have no proof. I have no evidence. This is just pure speculation on my part. I don't believe that y'all seen that defiant ass old man. I believe that woman slapped. First of all, y'all gonna tell me the real reason why she hauled off and slapped him. You don't just slap people because you drunk. more often than not, 99.99999% of the time, you get slapped because you drunk. You don't slap people because you drunk. You don't even have good enough equilibrium to be fucking with folk. Okay. So in my opinion, you don't slap folks because that you drunk. You get slapped because you drunk. They were arguing. And the subject of that argument probably cannot happen or be made public without Mr. Hunter saying what was actually going on. And that argument didn't start that night. That was something that happened probably at the last get together or the get together before that. And it ended up coming to a head once they got to drinking, because they always say a drunk mind will speak a sober heart. And so therefore, whatever had been brewing, whatever had been simmering, bubbled to the top and spilled over that night while they was kicking it. Now, what it could have been, Mr. Butler could have thought she was going to stay the neighbor to the side and the chick on the side. And then all of a sudden, Mr. Mike entered the situation and all of a sudden she acting funny. It could have been any fucking thing. Because the other thing is, like, why you over your mama's house? If your mama's in the bedroom sleep, why you kicking it with the guy you refuse to call your stepdaddy? Or was you sitting out there keeping watch because I dare you bring this bitch in my mama's house? It was random. It was random as hell. I don't believe if Mr. Butler went in his house after they fell down the steps, I don't believe he stayed there. And I don't believe that the next time, and if you are slapping folks back and forth, why do you think that we still have an engagement for you to help me take my car anywhere? You better hope I don't slap you again when I see you the next day. We not about to just go handle business the next morning after we was just playing slap happy the night before. That don't make no sense. It don't make no sense. Now, do I believe she probably bucked up on Mr. Mike the way she been bucking up on Mr. Butler? And unfortunately, the person she bucked up on happened to be a killer for real. Yeah. I don't think Mr. Mike slapped back. I think Mr. Mike took it here, but I don't think he was the only one. And I don't believe Mr. Butler was completely in the dark. I don't believe Mr. Butler didn't know where they was going. For all I know, and the other thing is, why that Walgreens? Why Sanford? Why go that far? Like, Mr. Mike was coming from Oakland, California, where he had been since the 80s. You mean to tell me he only been there a month or two? You mean to tell me he knew that area that good? Or did Mr. Butler tell him where to go? Like, I don't believe Mr. Mike did it by himself, but I do believe Mr. Mike has something to do with it. I just don't get, because they literally say he killed Miss Ivy 2 months before this, literally 2 months, on March 26th. They saying he did this to her on May 26th. I don't know why y'all fuck with him around 26th of the month. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. Because something wrong with him. Something wrong with him. The whole going to use the phone and going back down there a second time doesn't make sense. Really, especially with your 6-year-old in the car in the middle of the night. You're gonna leave you're gonna go downstairs, put your child in the car, and then leave them in the car and go upstairs. She didn't say she was with her husband. She didn't say her brother. She was trying to call her brother, so her brother wasn't there yet. And obviously, I don't know Mr. Mike from a can of paint, because y'all asses ain't know that wasn't his name. The wife wanted to go to sleep so bad, but didn't go off on Mike for coming that early and let her husband leave, because he was probably slap happy on her ass too. There's a reason why that woman said, don't say that's her stepdaddy. There's a reason. She is very quick to say her mama husband and did not answer any question when that lawyer said anything about that being her stepdaddy or her parents. Something is missing. Something huge is missing. And I really feel like Mr. Mike ain't gonna say it, because if Mr. Mike tell us what's missing, Demorris Hunter is going to jail for something. But hell, you already there. Don't let them kill you. Shit, you ain't like you going home if this don't go. If you get a not guilty, I would say just save your own life. And if saving your own life means telling the right story and telling the honest to God truth, I mean, you might have to. I don't know. Do you take a chance? Because shit, they might still kill your ass. Jesus. All right. What? Well, damn. All right. And you can tell that she thought that lie was going to be the best thing, like the best thing for them, right? She really thought that that lie was going to fix everything. And I can understand you mess up in that position where you got one of your employee benefits is being able to live in that apartment. You mess up that apartment, you essentially mess up your job, and now you don't have no job or no house. Like, yeah. And she wasn't about to divorce the man, so yeah.
All right, you can be seated. Mr. Marrero, you may resume.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to express that I really appreciate your patience. You know, this is the only shot I get. I just can't leave anything unsaid. I can't leave any stone unturned in defense of my client, because I have to make sure I cover everything with all of you, in case any one of you missed anything. I was about to talk about Detective Bergen, the other homicide detective in this case. Look, there isn't any other way to say this. I think it's extremely unprofessional to show up as a witness in a criminal trial like this and to look you guys in the face and say, no, I didn't read my statements. I didn't read my deposition. I didn't prepare for this, essentially, which is what she did. Took the stand and said, I don't remember anything. Didn't testify about practically anything that she did other than the photo lineup. She's the one who interviewed, along with Detective Filippucci, interviewed Joyce Butler and Joseph Butler and went back there twice. She didn't say a word about what their demeanor was like, how they responded to questions, what were the answers that they gave, what kind of questions she asked them. Not a word about it.
Man, crazy.
It's as though she doesn't care. Long since left law enforcement, really. And that's how it came off. I don't know how it came off to you guys, but that's how her testimony came off. She, when I cross-examined her and tried to refresh her recollection about stuff, she did admit that, when Joyce had told her the first time that Joseph had hit Theresa in the nose hard enough to make her nose bleed, and then that's how the blood got on the door. So I was able to get that out of her. But apparently Joe Butler was successful in convincing these detectives that he didn't know anything about Theresa being in the car. Even though he testified from the stand that he suspected that something bad had happened to her. And her testimony, Detective Bergen's testimony, it was, I don't know, 10 minutes, something like that. The CSI officers who testified here, the latent prints people and the DNA people, I wasn't keeping tabs, but it looked like they testified about 5 times more than the homicide detectives in terms of sheer bulk of information and all of the time that they took up. CSI Thomas testified, brought in a bunch of evidence. You notice that we didn't put up a fight about anything coming in. Why? Because none of it proves anything. None of it. The whole pile of it doesn't prove anything. It doesn't prove that Mr. Hunter did a thing. None of it. The only evidence that shows up with Mr. Hunter's DNA on it is her watch. And we know that the two of them were seeing each other. And it takes nothing more than a brush of one hand to another to leave sufficient DNA on there for a sample. That's all it proves. All it proves. You notice the pictures of that bathroom that were taken by some of the CSI. If you walked into that apartment, there was blood everywhere, and there's blood all over the bathroom and everything, you would have something really to suspect. But you see exactly the amount of blood that you would expect from somebody who staunched the flow of blood out of her nose or off. Tiny, tiny, tiny. CSI Kuzma testified about all the evidence that she collected. She, in her testimony, which was videotaped because she's overseas right now, took photographs of the bed sheet that Theresa Green was found neatly tied up in. You should ask yourself, where did that bed sheet come from?
Miss Theresa's bed was made.
Where did it come from? Did it come from Theresa's apartment? Was there, I mean, I don't know, I suppose not everybody buys their sheets in sets. I always have, I think most people do, so they match, right? You know, the sheet, the flat sheet, the comforter, all match, right? So if you look in Teresa's apartment and you see other sheets that match that sheet, then you'd say, oh, it came from Teresa's apartment, right? Or if it came from the butler's apartment, and matched the sheets in that apartment, you could say it came from the butler's apartment. Nobody took the stand to tell you where that sheet comes from. You don't know. You just don't know. And by the way, notice in the pictures, there's knots tied in the sheets around Theresa Green's body. Some human being with their hands tied those knots. Not a molecule. Mr. Hunter's DNA is in those knots, or on that sheet, or on Theresa Green's body, or in the trunk of the car, or on the lid of the car, or on the doors of the car, or on the steering wheel of the car, or on the seat of the car. Not one molecule anywhere in that car. Next was Joyce Butler. I don't know what you make of Joyce Butler's testimony.
You asked.
I would put it to you, spent more time looking away from me and my questions than looking directly at me or you. I think that means it looked like actually there were parts where she might actually be looking to her daughter to give her answers. I wasn't sure, but I had a concern about it because I knew her daughter was in the room with her as she was appearing on video. So I asked that she be removed. She admitted to you that she lied to the police. Or at least that the first story that she told was not true. And the story that she told the police when they came over, remember, she didn't call the police either. When the police came over, she said, oh no, Demorris Hunter called my husband Sunday morning to let him know that Teresa's car was in the Walgreens parking lot in Sanford. So she was the first one to be interviewed. After that, Joseph Butler was interviewed, and after that, they interviewed Joyce Butler again, and they interviewed Joseph Butler again. Joseph Butler gave a completely different story. According to him, he went with Demorris Hunter to the parking lot of the Walgreens. Joyce Butler also had copies of her previous statements and her deposition, and said she didn't read them before she swore under oath to testify in front of you. I'm quite certain that she had them. I was a tiny bit concerned that maybe she didn't read. That's why she hadn't read them. When I asked her, can you read? She said, well, I didn't read them. She doesn't remember Lisa being there. She did admit that Joe got angry and when she told him to turn the music down, and that she had to be at work at 7. Interestingly, the story, according to the two of them, is that Mr. Hunter comes in the morning at 7 to wake up Mr. Butler to take him to Sanford, 7 a.m. when she's supposed to be at work. And then he's gone for an hour, comes back, she's still there. She hasn't gone to work. That, I think, makes you question whether the story about her having work at 7 o'clock is true or not. The evidence is that she didn't go. She says that Lisa Moore showed up after the two of them had fallen, allegedly. They decided, apparently on their own, when I asked, did you guys agree to not call the police? She said, no, we decided on ourselves that we were not going to call the police. Neither one of us was going to call the police. And when I asked her about, have you guys ever spoken about this again? Her response was, no, we've never spoken about it again. We don't talk about that. I suggest to you that her testimony as a witness, both her and Joseph Butler, is not to be trusted. These are not people that you should rely on in any important decision. And that's how you should consider the evidence that comes from a witness. You should say to yourself, do I trust this person? Would I trust this person with something important? Oh, I don't know, like the life of someone accused in court? Would I trust this person? I suggest to you, I wouldn't trust either one of those two people to take care of my dog. Let alone state the life of a human being on their testimony. Because without their testimony, what we've got is a car in a parking lot with no connection to Mr. Hunter whatsoever. None. Mr. Kewen took the stand. After that, he is another person who brought in a tremendous amount of evidence. Again, he did not have Joseph Butler's fingerprints or DNA in order to do any comparison. He didn't have Joyce Butler's DNA or fingerprints in order to do any comparison. He didn't have Lisa Moore's fingerprints or DNA to do any comparison. Officer McDonald found the vehicle in the parking lot. Officer Uglione, the fireman, apparently there was some dispute about getting into the vehicle. I'm not sure why he was called. Mr. Kane showed up, testified that he rolled the prints on Theresa Green and the fingerprints matched. We knew it was Theresa Green in there. They found Mr. Kewen testified that Mr. Hunter's prints were found in his own apartment. Okay. So then we get to Houston. Miss Hewell testified that she responded at some point to a burning van in Houston, Texas. We know that's the van that was being driven around by Mr. Hunter. When she found, or the Houston Fire Department found the van, it was 2 months after Theresa Green had died. 2 months. By the way, we know for a fact that there is no evidence of any crime in that van. No one testified ever that Mr. Hunter had put Theresa Green in the back of that van, which, by the way, would have made a lot more sense. According to Joseph Butler, he claims that Mr. Hunter moved Theresa's 200-pound dead body down a set of stairs and put her body in the back of her own car by himself. Not an impossible feat, but certainly not an easy one. Why would Mr. Hunter involve the Butlers? Why? When he's got a van. If he killed her, all he had to do was carry her out to his van, put her in the van, and take off and dispose of her body anywhere between here and Houston. Oh, I don't know, Louisiana? Lots and lots and lots and lots of places to dispose of a body. Instead, he calls those two people and gets them involved. Why? Why? Why does he have to get rid of Theresa Green's car? What does that prove? It doesn't prove anything. He's got a van. He doesn't need to do that. And that's what you have to ask yourself. Like, does this story that the Butlers are telling you make any sense? Why would he do that? Why would he trust them with that kind of a confession? He could trust them to keep their mouths shut? They owe him nothing. They know him barely at all. The first thing they would do is call the police. At least sensible people would. Decent people would. They would call the police right away. That story doesn't make any sense. Officer Finch came in, told you about the VIN. Officer Gage came in and told you that when he showed up with FBI agents at the house in Houston, Texas, almost a year later, I'm guessing, he didn't say, I'm guessing they banged on the door, said, "We got a warrant for your arrest." And Mr. Hunter takes off out the back door. I would suggest to you that that proves nothing. I would suggest to you that plenty of people, if police show up at their door with a dog and a bunch of agents,
It's a big difference.
might get scared, they might take off. Doesn't prove a thing. He never said anything about Orlando. Never said anything about Theresa Green. The state attorney's office is trying to get you to make a connection here that a year later, suddenly he's running from this. You don't know if he was wanted for something else. Maybe he had a suspended driver's license. Maybe he had outstanding tickets. You don't know.
That's a good way to cover that up, because we do know.
Finally, we get to the medical examiners. And this is really important because I would suggest to you that there are plenty of reasons for you to have really serious doubts.
I don't want to
Theresa Green was even murdered. Very serious doubts about this. Both Dr. Utz and Dr. Arden told you that as medical examiners, if they hear about a body being in a trunk, their presumption is that somebody got murdered, right? And that's reasonable. It's a reasonable place to start, but it's not the be-all, end-all of the discussion. Why? Well, you heard Dr. Utz agree. You know, people can have other reasons to dispose of bodies besides having killed them. People have motivations for disposing of bodies and inconvenient truth, as we like to refer to it. There can be reasons, and I suggest to you that the reason in this case that the Butlers disposed of this body or had somebody help them dispose of this body was because they could not be found to have been involved in anything that would end up with them being thrown out of their apartment. I don't know if anyone killed Theresa Butler. We don't know if Theresa Butler didn't just die from falling down those stairs. Remember, she and Joe were involved in a fight. Joe had smacked her. She was really drunk. And she was pretty angry. And so was he. We just don't know what happened after that. We don't know where Theresa Green died. There's no evidence, zero evidence that Theresa Green died in her own apartment. There's nothing that puts her in her own apartment. We simply don't know where that happened. Dr. Utz, I thought Dr. Utz was a pretty honest guy and responded, I think, fairly to a lot of my questions. And I would characterize his description of a lot of the things that he observed in these photographs as being kind of waffly. He said, well, number one, we know he didn't perform the autopsy. So he didn't put his hands on the body and see it from different angles.
So I heard.
He told you all, he thought that Dr. Gore, the guy who actually did the autopsy, did a really sloppy job. And that he's the inheritor of that sloppy job. In other words, all the choices that got made for photographs and things like that were done by a guy who did a sloppy job. and he had to try to look at these pictures and figure out what happened.
Figure out what
He
the
said,
analogy of
well, they're possibly contusions, hard to say.
or two.
Difficult to tell what's happening. Kind of looks like fingernail marks. You know, he admitted that a person who's deceased and secreted in a trunk, you're going to look for strangulation, right? I mean, both experts agreed that you kind of start there, but you can't tell what happened from a photograph. He says, I'm not sure because I wasn't there. These are quotes from his testimony. Use your own recollection, but that's how he was talking about it. And you saw his demeanor. He was being very honest and not really sure about a lot of things. Why? Because he's looking at photographs. He's looking at photographs that are years old and not very good. One of the things he mentioned was that how, you know, the quality of photographs back then are so much worse than they are now. He says, the hyoid bone, a little darker on one side, could be a shadow. Could be hemorrhage. I can't say for certain. That's what he testified to from the stand. I think this is hemorrhage. A person decomposing, you'll get things that look like hemorrhage. You'll get things that look like hemorrhage. There was no fracture of the hyoid. When he was asked directly, do you believe there's a dislocation? His answer was, I suspect that's what Dr. Gore was taking a photo of.
Baymont.
Not yes.
I can't remember what the level of the project was.
I suspect that that's what Dr. Gore was taking a photo of. I'm not sure what that means. It's not a unconditional affirmation of his belief in a dislocation. He talked about petechiae. Most cases of strangulation have it. Remember, the petechiae are little blood vessels in the skin and eyes that frequently accompany a person who's been strangled. None. He didn't see any. He mentioned, you know, in the answer to one of the questions that I asked him about the image that was being shown of the hyoid that had been completely stripped, that that wasn't reflective of what the hyoid bone looked in Theresa Green's throat. That was in fact misleading. He admitted that these bruised areas could have happened from falling down the stairs. He told you that when people are strangled, the prosecutor made a lot of this, when people are strangled, they frequently struggle. They fight for their lives. There was no indication that Theresa Green had found. 0 defensive wounds were located on her body. All of her fingernails were intact. The fingernails were removed at the medical examiner's office. And I guarantee you that if Demorris Hunter's DNA had been under those fingernails, you would have heard it. It was not. You know, Mr. Nunnally at one point used a phrase that sometimes gets bounced around in courtrooms. You know, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. It's a syllogism that really doesn't hold up on scrutiny. Basically, what that syllogism means is, well, just because we can't prove it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Well, guess what? I don't have to prove that it didn't happen. They got to prove that it did. I don't have to prove anything. They say she was strangled. Well, yeah, the fact that there isn't any petechiae doesn't mean she wasn't strangled. The fact that there wasn't any defensive wounds doesn't mean that she wasn't strangled. The fact that these injuries, so-called injuries, could also have occurred other ways, that doesn't mean that she wasn't strangled. I don't have to prove that she wasn't strangled. They have to prove that she was. And a lot of the indicia, a lot of the evidence that is normally accompanying a person that has been strangled is not there. It is not there. And that's why Dr. Arden told you, you can't tell how this poor woman died. You can't be sure. And you can't just guess. If you're a medical examiner, you can't just guess, right? Your opinion really matters. It makes a big difference. If she wasn't strangled, what are we doing here?
Question, sir.
The state referred to an image that showed a big dent in the wall in her apartment where the drywall was broken. The implication of that, without any evidence whatsoever, the implication of that being made by the state attorney's office is that Mr. Hunter threw Miss Green into that wall as part of a violent fight. Well, guess what? Not 1 milligram of that gypsum ended up on her body anywhere. Not one. If there was any gypsum on her body, you at least could say to yourself, well, she either fell into that wall from being so drunk, or somebody pushed her into that wall. But guess what else? No witness has testified they ever heard a big bash in that apartment. And I would suggest to you, you can't throw somebody into a wall, especially a wall in an apartment building where the two apartments are sharing a wall. Everything's connected by wood, right? You would hear that. Just like in any house here, somebody slams the door across the house, you're gonna hear it. Nobody said they heard a sound. We have no idea when that drywall was damaged. And we have absolutely nothing to connect that to Theresa Green. You could throw it out. The judge has already read you some of the jury instructions.
It's a little bit louder now. They might be.
Now, I just want to repeat that I have no idea what happened to Theresa Green. I know she's dead, and I know she ended up in the trunk of that car. I don't know, and you don't know who put her there. All you have is the testimony of very unreliable witnesses who have another reason, perhaps, to lie about what happened on that evening.
Well, she retired now.
Here's a hypothetical that is completely consistent with the evidence in this case. Completely consistent. Let's say that Joe Butler and Theresa Green continue this argument that they're having. It becomes physical as they wander out into the hallway. And Joe Butler loses his temper or prevails in the wrestling match between the two of them and knocks her down the stairs backwards. And on the way down, she hits her head. And then seconds or maybe minutes later, she's dead.
That might
I'm
be.
not saying that Joe Butler tried to kill her.
One now.
I'm not saying that he intended to murder her. I'm saying it's possible that this is what happened. And then what follows after that? She's suddenly dead. Joe is very concerned, as his wife is very concerned, as his wife's daughter is very concerned that the police are going to show up and try to figure out what happened and blame him,
Oh,
right?
and he already.
Calls her brother. Her brother comes over. Some arrangement is made between the people there to get rid of her and her car. Why would Mr. Hunter want to get rid of it? But if they get rid of it, then they move the scene away from their apartment where they're safe. I don't know that happened, but it could have happened. Joe Butler could have driven that car. And the one print that could prove that he didn't or did is a print that you'll never see because Joe Butler never submitted his fingerprints for analysis. Maybe she died other ways. I don't know. Maybe she made it back up the stairs and went into her apartment and died on her mattress. And then Lisa Moore goes in to check on her and finds that she's dead, and the whole story plays over. I don't know. There's no way of knowing. We don't know beyond a reasonable doubt that Theresa Green was murdered. The poor thing died, there's no question. But we don't know that she was murdered. If you don't know that, and you have to be convinced of a murder beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt, only from the evidence that you heard coming from this witness. If you have any issues with that evidence, if you question that evidence, if you think, look, maybe she was murdered, maybe she wasn't, I don't know. I don't know. And you haven't convinced me beyond a reasonable doubt. I have real doubts about what happened here. If that's where you are, you must return a verdict of not guilty. You must. And remember, we talked about this as well here, right? Each of you had to be committed to a scientific evaluation of the evidence, a scientific weighing of the evidence. And the only way that you could come to a conclusion of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt of any crime, let alone first-degree premeditated murder, would be if you had no doubt at all.
Objection, Your Honor, that's in the statement of the law.
Sustained.
That you had no reason to doubt. No reason to doubt the state's.
So you took
I'll give you tons of reasons to doubt. Tons of reasons. The excusable homicide instruction says when a killing occurs by accident or misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation. Could that have happened in this case with the Butlers and Theresa Green? It's possible. There's no way to disprove that. It certainly is possible. There's no physical evidence whatsoever that proves that Demorris Hunter killed anyone, let alone Theresa Green. There's no physical evidence which puts Demorris Hunter anywhere near Theresa Green's car, let alone having driven it across town to San.
Hold on. No, it didn't take my screen down. Hold on. All right, here we go. Back to.
As soon as you discount the Butler's testimony, as soon as you say to yourself, look, those people are clearly lying about something. Their recollection is horrible. They don't remember anything. They don't remember any details. They're not up here testifying without any emotion, any passion, any genuine commission to the details. Right? I just cannot trust those people.
Different way.
I don't trust them enough to base a conviction of guilt upon. If that is your situation, you must return a verdict of not guilty.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your patience in listening to everything that I had to say. I know it was a lot, and we have a lot to cover. I want you to seriously consider these instructions that you're going to receive from the court. And base your verdict only on the evidence that you heard from the state. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
He right. Without the butlers, we don't have a confession. We don't have him driving that car. Ooh, you better get up there and rehabilitate the butler's credibility, or this shit shot.
Mr. Marrero started his closing argument telling you that we are friends, we're colleagues, we've known each other for a long time. Mr. Marrero and Mr. Self are excellent lawyers, and they are doing a good job of their client. But they cannot change the facts, they cannot change the testimony, and they cannot change the evidence. Mr. Marrero has tried to provide to you other theories of what could have happened. And when he provided those theories to you, there were a couple of reoccurring words that were being used. This could have happened. It's possible that this happened. This may have happened.
Let's know what you got too.
Judge, I believe in the instructions she has already read to you or is going to read to you. It's going to tell you that a reasonable doubt is not in your possible doubt, not a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. It's possible that, it may have, it could have. Those are all possible, imaginary, speculative, or forced doubts. And the scenarios that Mr. Marrero provided to you are not supported by any of the evidence or any of the testimony. Marrero indicated that, in his opinion, Joseph Butler and the defendant were not friends. Well, let's look at that. Mr. Butler invited the defendant over to his apartment for a get-together. Normally, you don't do that to people you don't like. Mr. Butler bought the food that the defendant ate. He bought the meat. I think one of the jurors asked that question. Mr. Butler agreed to get up at 6:30 or 7 in the Sunday morning after only getting several hours of sleep to go help the defendant because the defendant asked him to. Those are all signs, things that somebody does who's a friend. Not a mere acquaintance, not some stranger, not some guy that's down the hall. Those are something you do because a friend asked you to. The defense indicated, Joseph Butler never asked the defendant where Theresa was when they went to the Walgreens. Well, the testimony was that Joseph Butler got the keys to the van, the defendant left, Joseph Butler walked downstairs. When he got downstairs, the defendant was already in the car, Theresa Green's car. He got into the van and they left. He never actually saw what was going on in that car. He only comes to learn that Theresa wasn't there when they get to Walgreens and they get back in. Then the defendant gets back in the van. At that point, the defendant says, I messed up. The defense has suggested that there is some nefarious or bad motive because Joseph Butler didn't call the police and tell the police the information that he had at that point. Well, let's play this.
He also lied after that.
Let's assume Joseph Butler calls the police. What's he going to tell them? 911 operator is going to say, well, did you see Miss Butler get injured? Is she hurt? Is she harmed? Well, no, not really. The last time I saw her, she walked up the stairs and went into her apartment.
Last time I saw her, I slapped the shit out of her.
Told you
Say that
she was hurt or she's missing or injured? No. Well, why are you calling me? Well, her boyfriend said he messed up. That's how that conversation would go. So it's not unreasonable to believe why Joseph Butler would not have called the police with that limited amount of information. It's all speculative. He doesn't know anything. That's the same reason when Octavius Hayes comes over and says, hey, this is on Monday now. The party started Saturday and went into Sunday morning. Now this is Monday. Octavius Hayes comes over and says, hey, do you see my mom? They're like, no, we haven't seen her, which is true. They haven't seen her in a day or so. They're like, all right. The defense has portrayed that interaction as showing how ruthless, callous, careless, hateful Joseph Butler is. The same guy who's now a school crossing guard. The defense has suggested that Joyce Butler, Joseph Butler, Lisa Moore, and now potentially Lisa Moore's brother were involved in this grand conspiracy. That somebody in that group, they suggest Joseph Butler, was the one that killed Theresa Green. And they all came up with this story to tell the police when they came to talk to And they all came in today, except for the brother, he didn't testify, but the other three came in during this trial and committed capital perjury in front of you in this case and made this whole story up. That is unreasonable, ladies and gentlemen. There is no grand conspiracy against the defendant. We'll get into that in a little bit more later on. The defense threw out a possibility that Lisa Moore called her brother because Joseph did something bad to Theresa and they were all had to cover that up. Again, there's that word again, possibility. No evidence whatsoever to suggest that was the reason behind the call. None. And again, that the evidence and the testimony is what you are to rely on when making a decision. Mr. Murrow also talked about Detective Filippucci and Detective Barbara Bergen. Said they didn't even testify very well. Ladies and gentlemen, lead detectives direct other people what to do. They direct crime scene technicians to do things. They direct other officers. They direct fire department people. And they've got interviews. The state called the witnesses who actually did the things the detective directed them to do. The crime scene technicians, the fingerprint analysts, things like that. Detectives also do many interviews with people. And that was brought out here as well. They interviewed many of these people. Ladies and gentlemen, the rules of evidence don't let the detective stand up on the stand and tell you what other people said. That's called hearsay. That's impermissible. That's why we have to call the witnesses who actually made the statement to tell you firsthand, because detectives aren't allowed to talk about that. That's why the detectives weren't asked any of those questions by the state, because it's improper and inadmissible. There was a question about why would the defendant even put the victim's body in the trunk of her car? Why wouldn't he just put it in the van and leave and drop the body off someplace else? Let's walk through that to the logical conclusion. So he's going to put this body wrapped in a sheet in a van that there is no trunk. You can look in the window and see everything inside the van and drive it away. Or you could put the body in a locked trunk that no one else would have access to and no one can see, and it's safe for a period of time. That's why he didn't put the body in the van. He put it in Theresa's car and brought it to Walgreens. When you're back in the jury room deliberating and talking about the evidence, there may be a question as far as motive. Everybody wants to have a motive. In jury selection, everyone agreed that you would hold the state to its burden of proof and hold the state to the things the state is required to prove. The three elements that we talked about earlier. Nowhere in the law and nowhere in the instructions that Judge Munyon has read or will read to you does it say the state has to prove a motive. It's not an element of any crime. Why? Because sometimes people do bad things for no rational or no understandable reason. Especially in domestic situations. Especially when the two people involved in domestic situations, who knows what goes on behind closed doors. Maybe the defendant was mad at the victim for causing him to fall down the stairs. Maybe the victim said something to the defendant that he took offense to. Who knows? The state is not required to prove motive. And the law, which everybody has agreed to follow, does not require the state to prove a motive. Why? Because many times it can't be done. The defense indicated, look, no witness heard any kind of a bang to account for that hole in the driveway. Well, it's not like it was a bang on a door or a shattering glass window or somebody threw a piece of furniture. It's a piece of drywall. Would it create a thud? Absolutely. But we know the hole was there, and we know the hole was there during the time period that Octavius Hayes wasn't at the house. So clearly there was some noise which caused that hole. We can't discount that the hole was there. Let's talk about the theory that Joseph Butler is the one that killed the victim. And again, that theory was riddled with it's possible, could be, maybe. There's no evidence whatsoever to support that theory, but let's carry that theory to its logical end. We have to assume that Joseph Butler, if he intended to kill Theresa Green, did it because she slapped him. Or something happened in the stairwell like they suggested, and Lisa Moore, Joyce Butler, Joseph Butler all came up with this grand conspiracy against the defendant to blame him. Well, the evidence we have is that the victim wasn't seriously injured when she arrived down at the bottom of that stairwell, as she walked up the stairs on her own. And there's no evidence to suggest at all that Joseph Butler had any contact with Theresa Green after she went inside that apartment. There's no evidence to suggest that Joseph Butler had access to Theresa Green's apartment. Again, there was no damage done to the door. No one kicked that door in. So Joseph Butler would have had to, if something didn't happen in the stairwell and he planned to kill her, he would have had to leave his apartment either unknowingly to his wife or his wife as part of this grand conspiracy, go into Theresa Green's apartment without causing any damage whatsoever to the door, kill her, and then he is going to have to arrange somehow to move the victim's body, because we know the victim's body was found in the trunk of her own car at Walgreens. He would have had to somehow get a hold of Theresa Green's keys to her car, which likely would have been in her apartment. And he would have either somehow had to driven Theresa Green's car himself to Walgreens, then found a way back, or recruited somebody else in this grand conspiracy, maybe his wife or his daughter or his son, according to the defense theory, to follow him, to drop the body off, and then to come back. And we're assuming, obviously, in this scenario, that they used Joseph Butler's car to do it and not the defendant's van. If Joseph Butler actually killed Theresa Green, don't you think he would have come up with a better story? Remember what Joseph told you. Joseph Butler said that as they were driving back, and this is what he told the police, that as they were driving back after dropping the car at Walgreens, the defendant said, "I messed up." If Joseph was going to lie and blame the defendant, why wouldn't he tell the police something more than that? Why wouldn't he say, "Look, I was with the defendant. He admitted after we dropped the body off, I didn't know anything about it. I wasn't involved. He admitted killing me.
Your case.
And I was afraid to call the police." Why not come up with a better story if he was going to try to lie and blame this man here? Remember, too, Joseph Butler is not the one that stole Henry Field's van and fled the scene and left the state. Joseph Butler is not the one that torched the van in Houston. Joseph Butler is not the one that ran from the police when they tried to arrest him in Houston. The defendant did all those things.
Where Henry?
And if Joseph Butler actually committed this crime, actually killed Theresa Green, why would he bother moving the victim?
I don't think she went to work.
Out of the apartment?
Or if she did, she went late.
Why take that risk? You know the last time that they saw, everybody says the last time that they saw Theresa Green was when she went into her apartment with the defendant. All three witnesses, Joseph Butler, Joyce Butler, and Lisa Moore, said that. Why would he move the body? Why wouldn't he just leave the body in the victim's apartment, the same place that the defendant had access to, because he's the boyfriend, and leave her there? Why would he go through all this other process? That makes no sense whatsoever. We know why the defendant wanted to move the body and distance himself, because he was the one that was last seen going into the apartment with the victim, and he's the one that had access to the apartment with the victim. So he has a reason to distance himself from it. Joseph Butler would have no reason. In fact, we'd be better off if the victim's body was found in the apartment, because he could say, "Look, that's the boyfriend. He had access. He must have did it." It is unreasonable and completely unsupported by any evidence whatsoever that Joseph Butler had anything to do with her death. Same with Joyce Butler, same with Lisa Moore. And if we were to think that some random person just did this, again, we would have to believe that this person broke into the apartment without causing any damage whatsoever, killed her, found her keys, went around and figured out what car was hers, to then load her body and move it away. Again, why would some random person move the body out of the apartment? It makes no sense. The only person with the reason to move the body and distance himself from that body and from the apartment is the defendant. I want to shift gears a little bit and talk a little bit about the medical examiner's testimonies. We went through a little bit of what Dr. Utz said in my first closing argument. Dr. Arden also testified, and for the past 20 years, Dr. Arden told you that he has primarily been a consultant for the defense. He earns $450 an hour for his opinions in this case. And he testified that in his opinion, the cause of death is undetermined. He doesn't know. He doesn't have enough information to tell you what caused Theresa Green's death. Dr. Utz told you that in making decisions about what caused somebody's death, you have to take into account the circumstances.
That's a good question about these pineapples. I'm trying to figure out.
And Dr. Arden agreed with that. Dr. Arden told you that given the circumstances in this case about how Theresa Green's body was found, a reasonable argument could be made that this was a homicide. He told you that, and I give him credit for conceding that. He said, look, a reasonable conclusion, she was killed based on all these circumstances and all the facts that we know. But even Dr. Arden had to concede that when you consider the fact that this otherwise healthy 38-year-old woman was found wrapped in a sheet, locked in the trunk of her car, found at Walgreens, her death be considered a homicide is reasonable. Again, we know she wasn't shot, she wasn't stabbed, she wasn't drowned. She didn't have some brain bleed that would cause her, when she fell down the stairs, that would cause her to die. Dr. Arden said that would be a more sudden situation. We know she didn't die from alcohol poisoning. Dr. Arden said in alcohol poisoning death, you see an alcohol level of much more than 0.28. And you usually see it in very young, inexperienced, naive drinkers who just drink way too much initially, and the body can't handle that. Dr. Arden also explained to you that the point, and Dr. Us as well, the 0.28 blood alcohol level is a little deceptive. Why? Because during the decomposition process, the bacteria in the body actually produces amount of alcohol. So her blood alcohol level was less than a 0.28. How much? We don't know. But again, we do know that when she fell down the stairs, no matter how impaired she was able to get up, walk up the stairs on her own, and go into her apartment. Not like she had to be carried. Dr. Arden can give you no other explanation of why she died. Let's look at the things that Dr. Arden disagrees with Dr. Utz about. Dr. Arden indicated the injuries that we saw in the photos to her lips, the eye, the large area of swelling in the side of her neck, and the contusions that Dr. Utz saw on the sides and back of her neck that looked like fingernail marks were the result of natural decomposition. And Dr. Utz disagreed with that and said, in his opinion, those are signs of trauma. And again, we know that we have a broken watch in the victim's apartment, as well as a really big hole in the drywall that wasn't there before. We heard a lot about petechiae. And petechiae, the doctors explained, is caused when the oxygenated blood travels through the carotid artery into the brain. But the jugular veins, which allow that blood to be released from the vein and go to the brain and go back into the circulatory system, are blocked or occluded. So when the carotid artery is allowing blood to flow in, the jugular veins are blocked, doesn't allow the blood to flow out. That pressure starts to build up because there's more and more blood flowing in. And that causes the little tiny capillaries and blood vessels in your eyes and your face to burst, which causes the petechiae. And I think one of the jurors actually wrote a question to the judge and picked up on this, because if the carotid arteries are blocked and occluded, no blood is being allowed into the brain, no oxygenated blood. So there's no pressure being built up and there's no petechiae that is forming. You're not going to see petechiae if the carotid arteries are compressed. Dr. Arden or Dr. Utz explained to you, especially in cases of hanging, where both the jugular veins and the carotid arteries are fully compressed, you don't see signs of petechiae again because the blood isn't flowing into the brain and building up the pressure there. That's why the absence of petechiae is not dispositive of anything. Sometimes you see it in strangulation cases, sometimes you don't. Just because it's not there doesn't mean she wasn't strangled. Dr. Utz also explained to you, look, I looked at the photos and I didn't see any petechiae. Granted, the photos weren't great quality. They were 24 years old. And the decomposition process, he explained, does affect the eyes, and she was face down in the trunk of the car. But bottom line is there's no evidence of petechiae, but that doesn't mean she wasn't strangled based on the reasonable explanations that the doctors provided. I want to talk real quick about the areas of her neck. Dr. Utz told you that these linear scratch-like marks that look like fingernail marks, he thought were consistent with fingernail marks. Dr. Arden said that these marks, in his opinion, are from the natural decomposition process. But what's really interesting to note when he was being cross-examined, it was brought out that there were other places of her body that were subject to decomposition. And Mr. Donnelly asked Dr. Arden, is there any other place on her body that was also subject to the same decomposition process that had these similar fingernail-looking marks? He said, well, no. Why? Because these marks are from fingernails. They're not from the decomposition process. If they were, you would see these marks in other places if it was a result of the natural decomposition process. And is it just coincidental that these marks only appear in the exact places that either a person's nails would dig in if they're applying pressure, or the victim's nails would have been trying to remove that pressure, because they're on both sides? Is that just coincidence? Of course not. That is evidence of strangulation.
Is this doing anything for you? Is this rebuttal
Referring back to the
Please.
hyoid bone.
back out?
Dr. Arden agreed that this reddened area on the hyoid bone looks a lot like a hemorrhage. And he told you that when there is a hemorrhage, it's bleeding and it causes a darker reddish area to appear. That's what we see in the pictures of the hyoid bone. Dr. Arden, though, said he thinks that is the result also of the natural decomposition process. Well, the decomposition process is kind of a uniform process. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever that the decomposition process would affect just that specific point on the hyoid bone and not the rest of the hyoid bone, not the surrounding tissue, nowhere else. It is much more consistent that that specific place hemorrhaged because of the pressure being put onto it during the strangulation process, just like Dr. Utz explained. To his credit, Dr. Arden did acknowledge and did concede that based on all the circumstances that we see and how the body was found, strangulation is a real concern. Dr. Arden didn't say she was not strangled. He just said that there is not enough information, in his opinion, to say that she was. Dr. Utz says, in his opinion, all the circumstances, all the injuries taken as a whole, establish in his mind she was strangled. And again, Dr. Arden, to his credit, indicated that a reasonable conclusion as far as how she died would be that she was killed. It was a homicide. The defense ended their closing with the theory that, look, we don't even know if she was murdered. Maybe she died on the mattress. Maybe she was drunk. She had the head injury from the fall. She went inside her apartment, laid down on the mattress, and died. Well, again, that doesn't really, you have to ignore the broken watch. You have to ignore the drywall damage that was done right around this time. You have to ignore a lot of things, including her injuries and things like that.
Didn't her son ever say they didn't have holes in the wall?
And the fact that in the autopsy, there was no evidence of any kind of skull fracture or brain bleed, as discussed by Dr. Arden, the defense expert. So the evidence doesn't support that. But let's think about the theory that the victim wasn't murdered, that she just died. Let's assume that position and carry that to the logical end. She's young, no indication of any gunshot, stab wound. We've been through all these. She just died on her own, the healthy 38-year-old woman, for no reason. Again, you would first have to ignore the injuries to her head and neck area. You'd have to ignore the evidence of the hemorrhage and the dislocation of the hyoid bone. You then have to ignore common sense, because when you look to the circumstances surrounding how her body was found, that no one called 911 or the police and said, hey, Theresa Green is just dead. I walk in and she's there. That didn't happen. That's what a reasonable person would do if they came across somebody who just died. You call the police, you call 911, you go get help. You don't wrap the victim's body up, stick it in the trunk, and hide it. That's not what reasonable people would do. Those actions are perfectly understandable if you were the one that killed the victim. Then you try to hide what you did. Then you try to hide the results and the evidence of the crime you committed. Then you try to flee the state. Then you try to run from the police. That's what a murderer does. That's what Demorris Hunter did. Mr. Marrero has asked you repeatedly, rely on the evidence. And I asked you to do the same thing. The jury instructions require, and the law requires you to do that. If you actually do that, ladies and gentlemen, there is no reasonable explanation or no reasonable interpretation of the evidence except for that man right there killed Theresa Green, and he took many steps to try to hide it and get away with it. The state has proven, ladies and gentlemen, the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of first-degree murder. And it's time for the defendant to be held accountable for his actions and his choices. We're going to ask that you go back to the deliberation room, you discuss, and that you find the defendant guilty of first-degree premeditated murder, because that's what the evidence has proven beyond any reasonable doubt, and that's what the law requires. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to resume reading the jury instructions at the top of page 9. These are some general rules that apply to your discussions. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. 1, you must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. 2, the case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of exhibits and evidence and these instructions. 3, the case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. Remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. 5, your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. 6, whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. 7, your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. You may find the defendant guilty as charged in the indictment, or guilty of such lesser included crime as the evidence may justify, or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to each crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict form has been prepared for you, and it reads as follows. And ladies and gentlemen, I think you'll find this verdict form to be self-explanatory when you get into the jury room. At the top of the page is what we call the style of the case, and it reads the state of Florida versus Demorris Ann Hunter with a case number. About a quarter of the way down the page is an underlined bolded word. That word is verdict. Underneath that, it says count one. There are 4 possibilities on this verdict form, and they read as follows from the top to the bottom. We, the jury, find as follows: as to count 1 of the charge, check only 1 as to this count. The first line reads, the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. The second line reads, the defendant is guilty of second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. The third line reads, the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser included offense. The fourth line reads, the defendant is not guilty. Once you have reached the unanimous verdict as to this count, the foreperson would put an X or a check mark on the appropriate line and on only one line, and sign and date the verdict form. Underneath that, it says, so say we all, meaning it is a unanimous verdict of the jury, dated this blank day of April 2026, and today is the 8th day of April, with a signature line for the foreperson. Again, once the jury has reached a unanimous verdict, the foreperson would put an X or a check mark on the appropriate line and on only one line, and sign and date the verdict form. Going to resume reading where we left off. In just a few moments, you will be taken to the jury room by the court deputy. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict, and to bring the verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During your deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberations should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as a blog, Twitter, email, text message, or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communication rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the court deputy. Many of you may have cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices here in the courtroom. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of these types of electronic devices into the jury room. Rather than leaving them on your seats, the court deputies will collect them when you go into the jury room, and they will keep them safe while you're deliberating. If you need to communicate with me during your deliberations, send a note through the court deputy. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have a question, I will talk to the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions, if I can, in writing or orally here in open court. During the trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. The exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. And ladies and gentlemen, I can only send items that have actually been admitted into evidence into the jury room. I am sending all of the exhibits into the jury room with you. So there is nothing else that I can send you into the jury room while you deliberate. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules we all share. Counsel, could you approach, please?
All righty, so we are officially in one of two verdict watches. Okay, so while this jury goes off here in Florida to go determine whether or not Demorris, Andy, Mike, Hunter, unalive Theresa Ann Green back on May 26th of 2002 after they disappeared into her apartment after an altercation, after a little get-together over at the Butler's house.
Been informed that your lunches are here and they will be waiting for you in the jury room. Juror in seat 14, I'm going to butcher your name. Is it Diatil? Okay. You are our alternate juror. I'm going to release you for the day, but I cannot release you from the case completely at this point, and I'll explain that to you in just a moment. Did you leave anything in the jury room? All right. If you describe, once everybody else is left, if you describe that for the court deputy, they will retrieve both your lunch and what you left in the jury room and bring that out to you. For the balance of you, I'm going to send you into the jury room with your notepad, your jury instructions. The evidence will follow in a few minutes and the verdict form will follow in a few minutes. If you need to communicate with me while you're deliberating, just have the foreperson write a note. The foreperson would sign and date the note. Knock on the jury room door. There will be a court deputy stationed outside the jury room, and the court deputy will gather all of us together to deal with your request. Does anyone have any questions before I send you back to begin your deliberations? All right, then I'm going to send the 12 of you back to begin your deliberations. You'll have an opportunity to check and make sure they got everything. Just have a seat, because I do have some additional instructions for you. We have a work excuse for you. However, you're not released from this case at this point. So you still may not discuss the case with anyone. Do not let anyone discuss it with you. Do not do any independent research while you're away from us. If the jury returns a verdict of guilty as charged, I will need you to come back on Monday to hear additional evidence. So with that work excuse is also my business card. My judicial assist, I'm going to ask that you call tomorrow. My judicial assistant's name is also Lisa, so it's easy to remember. And she will tell you whether you need to report back here at 9 a.m. on Monday morning or not. All right, do you have any questions? Call tomorrow. And in just a moment, they will have your lunch and your other items, and you'll be free to go for the rest of the day. So just have a seat and chill until they get it to you. Thank you. And if I could have the attorneys check the exhibits before they go back, please, and the verdict form. Yeah. And we'll need your notepad so that we can keep that safe until Monday morning in case it's needed. Did you get everything? All right, great. Thank you.
All right, guys. So we are getting ready to pull double duty. So as you heard, if they find him guilty, then we have to come back on Monday to hear additional information in regards to the guilt phase, because we know that they are wanting to, put him to sleep. Okay, we didn't know that going into this. Um, yeah, this, but here. So what we're gonna do in the meantime, is while they are deliberating, we'll leave that window up so we can see if they have any issues in regards to one. But one, if there are any jury questions, or if they actually come to um, a verdict. Okay. Only one alternate, like, yeah, let me go on back there. I just sat through this mess for 3 days, and then on top of that, you're gonna give me a work excuse, but I may have to. I mean, it ain't like I can go back to work because you may just call me back on Monday, possibly. But I'm not so sure that they may need to come back. I would, to be honest, I would be kind of surprised if they felt like they needed to come back. But I think, just like we found in some of the cases where we always have something that like could be explained away, but it's kind of a little harder to explain away. Running with that man, stealing that man's van and running to Texas does not make good sense unless they explain that he already on trial for killing somebody, which then is a double-edged sword, right? Because if he thought they was there to get him for what he was on the run for in California, then it makes sense for him to take off running. But without them knowing that he was actually facing another warrant for another situation in another state, it only makes the reason why you ran because you was guilty. You could have ran because you don't want to be a part of these people mess, because you already got your own shit going on and you don't need to be around here when the cops come knocking. But because they don't know that he already had another situation, he already looks a little vicious. Okay. So it'll be interesting to see how the jury deciphers everything we've heard. We know we've heard, I have definitely heard some doubt, but I have also heard some things that may not make sense, but again, it depends on whether or not you feel like that there is credibility, or the credibility of the Butlers was rehabilitated by the state, or if you think they just negative in the credibility department. So what we'll do is, I have it up in the banner right now while we're waiting on a verdict here. We'll actually jump over because they don't start until June, which is another 2.5 hours. But we know that the verdict for, or we're on verdict watch for Hawaii versus Koenig. And Gerhard, or I've been calling him Gerard, found out his wife was cheating. Okay. He knew his wife was cheating. He was seething. Things wasn't going away. He wasn't able to, the man didn't come to him as a man. He was just upset, and he decided to take some self-defense syringes with him to Hawaii, in which case he claimed that Ariel went upside his head and he was forced to defend himself. Now, he didn't try to stick this woman with syringes. He didn't bust her upside the head with a lava rock and pushed her off the cliff. And Ariel survived. Okay. He did not succeed. But in the meantime, in between time, he didn't call his son on FaceTime saying he tried to take her out, but her ass got away. And then when he called his son back, he realized his son had went and told Ariel parents that, hey, I think he just tried to take her the fuck out. And so once he realized that people now knew that he took out or tried to take out Ariel, now her parents know. Now the police looking for his ass. Now he talking about he just gonna jump. He didn't told the son he just gonna jump. I'm just gonna take off. I'm just gonna end it all. Ain't no point in being here. My self-defense syringes didn't work. She up here cheating and she finna tell. She finna snitch. She gonna tell on me. I done bust all over the head with this lava rock. And I'm just going to go ahead and jump. So her son is trying to, on the FaceTime, tell him he don't take himself out. They're trying to figure out what's going on. And somewhere in between all that, Gerard, old crazy self-defense syringe ass Koenig, finds a way to come up with self-defense. Now, he does get his ass on the stand and continue to claim self-defense, even with a side-by-side picture of this woman's scalp hanging off and him without a damn stain on him. And he still says, she hit me first. She hit me first. Now, this has been probably one of the craziest. I always try to say, no, I didn't recap this one on TikTok because I was watching it by myself because it comes on so late because it's 9:31 a.m. for me, and in Hawaii, they're 2 hours behind me. So trying to watch this, it doesn't come on till noon my time, which is 3 p.m. on the Eastern side. I thought it would be too late to be watching this craziness. He was taking her out, okay? So what I'm going to do, if you guys are okay with it, is I did not get to watch the closing arguments yesterday. They are going to be in about 2.5 hours, get to jury deliberations. So we're going to watch the closing arguments while they deliberate in both cases. Cool? Her whole scalp was leaning. Her whole ceiling was missing. And he up here talking about she hit me first. I ain't never heard of a pre-packed, premeditated self-defense syringe in my damn life. This man was crazy. And when he took that stand, I couldn't do nothing but hold my mouth open. Very rarely am I speechless. Or I'm usually speechless and then all of a sudden shit starts flying out my mouth and I can't stop it and stuff comes out. But he was... And see, some words, I feel like they're overused or... we get oversaturated with them, or somebody, folks learn a new word and all of a sudden it's a trend and I don't want to hear it no more. Narcissist or narcissistic personality disorder, all those things, I just feel like people got a hold of it and they use it way more than it should be used. It's like they learned what it could be on the surface and didn't learn anything. And a lot of times, for every time that there's absolutely a narcissist that is available, every time the word narcissist fits, there's also a person calling somebody that's trying to hold their ass accountable a narcissist. And it pisses me off, okay? Sorry, I just have to say it. So do narcissists exist? Absolutely. And the picture of it is Gerard Koenig. Okay, this man got up there and that was probably narcissist definition in motion. I have never seen anything like this man. Yes, I have, but he's crazy. It takes away from the seriousness. It takes away from what is really going on. I feel like people do that with a lot of things. And I try to keep my mouth shut because I know people may take some things the wrong way. I think people overuse narcissists. I think people overuse, in a funny way, diabolical, drives me crazy. I think that people overuse OCD. They don't really understand what people who truly have OCD go through trying to stay on the right side of sane, and they think it's cute to say that because they mix Clorox and ammonia in their bathroom and about made themselves pass out. I do not believe in that. I also feel like some people overuse depression. Some people are really fighting every day tooth and nail to stay on this side of sane and this side of the land of the living. And then there's a fool that go out there and create every fucking situation that they end up in, and they only seem to be depressed after they fuck their money up. It pisses me off because there are people out here really dealing with things, and some people lose that battle within themselves and make a decision that fucks up the family. And it just, sorry, I'm on my soapbox, but I don't feel like everybody is a narcissist. I feel like some people which is absolutely finally holding your ass accountable, and you ain't never had that in your life, so you get upset. Now, do I believe narcissists exist? Absolutely, toodalutely. I know a couple, but I don't believe everybody that holds your feet to the fire is a narcissist. I don't believe everybody is doing anything. Overstimulated. What's the other one? Lawyer by heart. It was one I was just talking about yesterday, and it pissed me off so bad. And then I started moving around and cleaning up because I was so irritated. I couldn't even sit down and watch TV. I can't even think of what it is. And then some people claim mental issues, and they're with no diet. Like it's really drugs, like I'm just going to call a thing. You think something's wrong with them mentally, and it is a mental situation, but it's not what you think. We thought somebody had mental issues for a very long time, and his nose was caked with powdered sugar. Okay. Sometimes there's another reason. Okay. That's all I'm going to say. And I just want to be respectful to people who have issues, because they are fighting day and night to stay in a certain position. And then somebody comes through, that's my OCD kicking in. Like, hell, for all you did was sweep up and wipe these counters down. You do not have OCD. A real person with OCD loses their marbles trying to keep control of what they can control. Like, it's... Let me get off my soapbox. We're going to go ahead and watch these closing arguments. Again, these are the closing arguments that happened yesterday in Hawaii. And they're going to start up in about 2 hours and 20 minutes to get to deliberating.
That if in the sitting 2025, state's closing argument.
Yes, Your Honor. Please. And for the record, the state is reserving some time for rebuttal.
Understood. Thank you. A motive, a beating, a confession. Ladies and gentlemen, beyond a reasonable doubt, the state has proven that on March 24th, 2025, Gerhard Koenig tried to kill his wife, Ariel. The state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Gerhard Koenig committed the offense of attempted murder in the second degree. There are two elements, as Judge read to you a couple minutes ago. Element number one, on or about March 24, 2025, that if in the city and county of Honolulu, the defendant intentionally engaged in conduct. Element number two, we'll get back to in a moment, but the conduct, starting with element one, what is the conduct? What did defendant do? First, he tried to push her. That's the first conduct the defendant did. The second, the syringe. He tried to inject her with an unknown substance.
I can't. You know how mad you got to be that you bought somebody all this way to push them and they ain't fall good. It's not funny. I'm glad Ariel survived, but you mean to tell me you bring your whole plan to this climax and miss your ass?
Third,
Gerhard.
beating with the rock. That is the conduct that defendant engaged in intentionally. That is the conduct that we are here to talk about for the last several weeks and for today. The second element, that conduct, under the circumstances under which defendant believed them to be, was a substantial step in a course of conduct intended or known to be practically certain by the defendant to cause the death of Ariel Koenig. So element number one, simple, it's conduct. Element number two defines what that conduct is, what it's meant to do. And the conduct in this case was meant to kill. The intent behind each one, plan A, the push, the intent was to kill. When plan A didn't work, the defendant moved on to plan B. Plan B, inject her with the syringe, knock her out, push her off the cliff. The intent behind plan B was to kill. Plan C, when the first two plans didn't work, beat her with the rock, knock her out, drag her over, or just simply kill her outright. The intent behind every single plan was to kill Ariel.
Plan C, baby.
Every plan, every backup plan ends in Ariel's death. The substantial step starts with the plan. The plan's in yellow because it's not a substantial step yet, it's just a plan. Next, the hike. Again, it's in yellow because he hasn't taken that last step. That last step to show he's committed to carrying out that plan, that shows he's committed to killing Ariel. The first time you get that is with the push. When the defendant takes his hands, tells Ariel, I'm sick of this shit, and tries to push her back off the cliff. That is the first substantial step the defendant took. That didn't work. Ariel went to the ground. Ariel protected herself. The defendant took the next substantial step. He took that syringe out and he tried to inject her.
What was in the
But
syringe?
Ariel fought back. Ariel fought back, fighting for her life, knocks the syringe away, and then the defendant moves on to plan C, his third substantial step, where he takes that rock, exhibit 2, this rock right here, the same rock that you've all held, he takes this rock and he beats her with it again and again and again and again. Those 3 steps are the substantial steps the defendant took to carry out his plan to kill Ariel Koenig. Before we get any further, what is not a defense? The result of the defendant's conduct. The severity of Ariel's injuries, you'll hear many times trying to minimize them. That is not a defense. The law treats somebody the same, whether they're successful or not. The law treats you the same no matter how good you are at executing that plan, no matter how good you are at actually succeeding in killing somebody, the law treats you the same. As an example, somebody who tries to shoot somebody, who points a gun and tries to end a life, but misses, they've committed attempted murder the same way the defendant committed, in a similar way, in a similar idea as the way defendant did it in this case. You cannot look only at the results to determine intent. You have to look at everything together. And when you look at everything, it shows one clear answer beyond a reasonable doubt, and that's that the defendant intended to kill her. Let's review how we got there. First, we have Ariel's testimony. She testified in 3 different areas. First, Ariel told you what happened on the Palipuka Trail on March 24th, 2025. She told you what happened when she went up the trail. She told you how she was afraid, how she was nervous about the heights. She told you how the defendant reacted. She told you what happened when she met up with the defendant later.
She knew he was up to something.
That he pushed her, that she went to the ground, that he took the syringe, that she fought back, and then ultimately he took that rock, this same rock,
She was bracing.
and hit her in the head again and again. Then Ariel told you what happened leading up to that day. She told you about their marital issues. She told you about her messages with Jeffrey Miller. She told you all of that.
Yes.
Embarrassing as it may be, she put it all out there.
You know how long it
And
takes
then
to watch
Ariel
all
told you about her treatment, her medical treatment,
it's
her
attempted.
recovery. She showed you the scars
Lawyer by
that
heart.
she carries to this day.
Praise
She
him.
showed you the scars on her head where she will never grow hair again. And everything that Ariel said is corroborated. These are the credibility factors. These are listed in your instructions that you should be considering for every witness who testified. And I'm not going to go through all of them right now, but there's a couple that are relevant for Ariel here. First, appearance, demeanor, intelligence, candor, frankness. Ariel testified in a straightforward, coherent manner. She testified.
His son also testified too, which is who he FaceTimed and said that he testified. I mean, that he said, I tried to take her ass out and she got away. I think that's what he said. She got away. Yeah, he testified too. Yeah, his son. I couldn't believe he testified to what he testified to after his son got up there. But we can go back and play some of these. We might have a few days on our hands if y'all want to go look. But he gaslit the fuck out of his son by sitting up there and acting like his son didn't get the FaceTime that he got. Like,
Testified clearly.
oh, lawyer by heart, it was a mess.
There were no histrionics.
It just was on so late,
Barely any tears.
3 p.m.
It
Eastern.
was straightforward. This happened, then this happened, then this happened. It was not over dramatized. It was not over exaggerated. It was straightforward and simple and coherent. She was open to cross-examination. When the answer was yes, she said, yes, sir. When the answer was no, she said, no, sir. And when she didn't know, she said she didn't know. But the last factor is the most important here. The extent to which Ariel's testimony is supported by other evidence. What this means, simply, is corroboration. What level of corroboration is there? There is a lot. Ariel is corroborated by the physical evidence, the scene and location, the rock, the blood evidence, the injuries, the medical supplies. Ariel is corroborated by the digital forensics. What was going on in the defendant's computer corroborates what Ariel said. Ariel is corroborated by the other witnesses, by their sworn testimony, by Emil Koenig. Ariel is corroborated by Amanda Morris. She's corroborated by Sarah Buxbaum. She's corroborated by HPD. And in the most important ways, she's even corroborated by what the defendant told Emil. You've seen the photos of the scene. Ariel's testimony is corroborated. There's the cliff. It's right there. There's the bloody, the blood pool in the bush where the defendant was on top of her, where the defendant was hitting her. The physical evidence of the scene, the blood, the crushed plants, the location of this so close to the cliff edge, all corroborates Ariel. The physical evidence, the rock, corroborates Ariel. You've held the rock, you've seen it, you know how much it weighs, you know how sharp it can be on the sides. You've seen the photos of Ariel's blood and Ariel's hair on that rock. The rock corroborates what Ariel said. The DNA evidence. The DNA evidence shows two things very clearly. One, every single sample that was positive for human blood had a likelihood ratio of over 1 trillion for Ariel Koenig. Every single one. The blood on the rock, the blood on the samples from the trail, the blood all over defendant's shirt and shorts. Every single one had a likely ratio of over 1 trillion for Ariel. Reason and common sense tells you all of that blood is Ariel Koenig's, not the defendant's. Second, Ariel Koenig's DNA was on both sides of the rock. And think back to how Ariel demonstrated what she did She held up her hand. She held up her hand trying to block the defendant. She suffered defensive injuries from it on her fingers, on her thumb, and that's how her DNA is on that rock, because she touched it. Her touch DNA is on the rock because she touched that rock to try and stop the defendant. The search warrant of defendant's work bag on Maui corroborates Ariel's statement. It shows clearly, conclusively, that defendant had actual possession. Not as some sort of theoretical, oh, he's a doctor, he can get this stuff. No, he had actual possession of syringes, he had actual possession of vials, he had actual possession of drugs that can kill. This isn't some...
Do anybody feel like he had that syringe because Ariel did whooped his ass before, probably when he tried to confront her about their problems, and he knew he might not be able to, he was a little light in the ass to be fucking with Ariel, so he had to bring back up. This is not funny, but every time I try to watch this damn trial, I just feel like, why did you have so many backups? It seemed like she didn't whoop your ass before. And you knew you had to do something. You had to get some backup. You had to use the earth. You had to use that high kick. You had to use the mountains because you was not going to make it alone, sir. And you still failed.
He could have gotten them. He had them. This corroborates Ariel's testimony. And more importantly, these drugs weren't stored in a controlled environment. They were stored in his home, where he had access. He could take them, didn't have to log them or anything. Just remove them from his home and do whatever he wanted with them. This corroborates Ariel as well.
Yeah, they just showed it.
Lastly, Ariel is corroborated by her injuries. The physical evidence of Ariel's injuries corroborates exactly what she said. Think of the injuries to the top of her head. The stellate laceration.
Jesus.
Dr. Grosjean told you there was debris throughout the entire injury. They were rocks. The defendant swung this rock so hard that pieces of rock broke off into Ariel's scalp. There was dirt throughout the entire laceration. And the middle of Ariel's scalp, he described as macerated or crushed. Went all the way down to the bone. You've seen the photo of Ariel from the front. You've seen what's missing from her head. You've seen that there is a chunk of her scalp that is gone. It's right there in that photo. And you've seen that she didn't just have scalp injuries. She had injuries above her eye. She had injuries below her eye. She had injuries to her hand, not even to just her thumb. Her thumb was only where there was a break, but she had injuries to 3 of her fingers, her thumb, her index, and her middle finger. Ariel's testimony is corroborated by the physical evidence in this case. Ariel's also corroborated by the digital forensics, the digital evidence. The digital evidence tells you what defendant was thinking, what he was thinking from December 2024 to March 2025. It shows you that, first of all, it confirms the motive. It confirms the strong motive defendant had to kill because he was looking up infidelity. He was looking up Ariel's financials. He was looking up his prior divorce. He was going into Ariel's hard drive to look up documents on her computer or from her computer about divorce. He even went to the point where he was buying a spy device to spy on Ariel. This shows what was going on in defendant's mind. It wasn't some simple research. It wasn't taxes. It wasn't self-help. It was obsession. It was an obsession with Ariel. It was an obsession with infidelity. It was an obsession with going over those financials, and it was a plan for divorce. The second thing that the digital forensics shows, most importantly, it shows defendant's familiarity with that hike. It shows you what the defendant looked at before deciding the Polypuka Trail is the hike that he should be taking Ariel on. It showed the defendant this picture right here. It showed that the defendant was only interested in difficult hikes. Easy hikes were not for him. The defendant wanted difficult hikes, steep trails, big drops, narrow trails. This is where the defendant wanted to take Ariel. This trail, about a foot wide.
Look at
going
this
on there.
shit. He was trying to kill me.
One push. One push
One trip.
is all it would take
Trip.
on this trail.
We didn't even need
Nothing for her to grab onto.
to do this.
One push, and it's a tragic accident. That is what the defendant was researching. He knew that this trail was not popular from his research. He knew that 99% of the people wouldn't be going on this trail. And he knew that this is where he could execute his plan. And he didn't share this with Ariel. He didn't share this website with her, so she could make that informed decision before she went on that hike with him. She had no idea what kind of trail she was getting into that day. Lastly, Ariel's test is corroborated by the other witnesses. Ariel is corroborated by Amanda Morris. Amanda Morris, the first person on the scene. Amanda told you the sequence of events. 3 things. First, she heard a woman's voice screaming, "Help, help me." And she gets up the trail because she thinks somebody's fallen off. She knows it's dangerous, she thinks somebody's fallen. And she sees the defendant over Ariel. Amanda sees the defendant over Ariel. She sees the defendant with this rock in his hand, and she sees the defendant hit her. And when she sees that, Ariel cries, "Help, he's trying to kill me." And Amanda sees how the defendant responds. How the defendant responds is nothing. He just looks at her. Ariel's also corroborated by Sarah Buxbaum, the second woman on the scene, the second hiker who intervened. Sarah came in behind Amanda. She saw the defendant standing over Ariel. She saw the defendant standing with that rock. And most importantly, Sarah looked the defendant in the eye. Sarah made eye contact with the defendant and told you how that made her feel. It made her feel unsettled. It made her feel so afraid for herself and her safety when she was looking at the defendant in the eye. It made Sarah feel so unsafe that she and Amanda went back down the trail before they called 911 because they realized this was a dangerous situation for them. They realized after looking in his eyes what could happen to them. And they took those steps after seeing what was in the defendant's eyes. After seeing that look, they took steps to protect themselves. Listen to Sarah's voice on that 911 call. It's Exhibit 3. You'll have it. Listen to her voice, and you can hear what she's thinking about. You can hear the worry in her voice. You can hear that she's afraid for her own safety after she's seen the defendant. It's all there. And you may hear argument today or have thought, maybe you thought to yourself, well, Amanda and Sarah only saw the end. The evidence shows that Amanda and Sarah didn't see the end of the incident. They caused the end of the incident. Because when they showed up, that is the only thing that stopped the defendant. Ariel screaming for help didn't stop the defendant. Ariel fighting back for her life didn't stop the defendant. The only thing that stopped the defendant, the only thing that was enough for him to stop, is 2 eyewitnesses coming up on the scene and seeing him beat her with that rock. The only thing that got him to stop was being caught red-handed. The responding officers, Corporal Wu, Corporal Chun, they corroborate Ariel as well. They showed you the hike. You saw the hike on their body cam. You saw their struggles with trying to get up the hike. They showed you the scene. Once more, right there in the foreground of this photo, that's where this happened. That's where the beating with the rock
He
happened.
pushed his ass.
And right there, just a couple feet away, that's where the defendant tried to push her. They showed you Ariel's condition. Ariel's condition immediately after the defendant did this, they showed you that. They showed you the closest thing to what the defendant last saw Ariel as. And they even caught it on their body cam. They even caught Ariel's condition as she states her name.
Ariel Hunter, A-R-I-E-L-L-E. Birthday is March 24th, 1989.
You heard Ariel testify for hours. But also, you heard in this video her slurred voice, her heavy breathing, her condition after the defendant beat her with that rock. She was not okay. The manhunt corroborates Ariel as well. It took 3 different agencies, HPD, DLNR's DoCare, HFD, several different units from them, SED, SSD, a canine unit, the major events unit to search with drones. It took 2 drones, 1 helicopter, and after 8 hours, or almost 8 hours, they were still not able to find the defendant. And that tells you one incredibly important thing. The defendant did not want to be found. The arrest corroborates Ariel just as much. Officers Nicola, Koki, and Borges approached Ariel in their vehicle. Officer Nicola testified he got within an arm's reach of of the defendant before he jumped out the car.
Objection, misstates his testimony.
He got within an arm's length or close to an arm's length before he got out that car and tried to apprehend the defendant. He identified himself as police. And how did the defendant respond? The defendant tried to flee into the woods. It took a total of 835 pounds of HPD officers to subdue the defendant. That's how much he was resisting. He knew they were police. They identified themselves as police. And as Officer Nicola testified, the defendant, in his attempt to get away, fell on his face, and then Officer Nicola fell on top of him. That's why you see the grass on the defendant's head. That's why you see the dirt on the left side of the defendant's face, because that's where he hit the ground. That's where he hit the ground while he was being arrested. And the defendant's own actions finally also corroborate what Ariel told you. Defendant's actions corroborate Ariel's testimony. First, he fled the scene. Second, he collected the evidence from the scene. He collected Ariel's phone. He collected Ariel's purse. And he collected those syringes. He took all those items from the scene and he disposed of them. Ariel's mom still tried to ping her phone and it was up at the poly hours later, but they could never find it. And think back, where the police, where DoCare couldn't search. They couldn't search the bottom of the cliff. They couldn't get down that way. They searched the whole mountainside, couldn't find it, but the bottom of that cliff that's several hundred feet tall, that's where they couldn't search. Defendant confessed. Defendant called Emil just minutes after the incident and told Emil, I tried to kill Ariel, but she got away. And lastly, the defendant hid in the woods for almost 8 hours. These actions that the defendant took corroborate what Ariel told you. They make sense. That being said, the defendant in this case has testified. And you need to judge his testimony the exact same way that you judge anybody's. At the beginning of this trial, you heard a theme, some alliteration with a theme, unwilling or unfaithful, unwilling, untrue. But ladies and gentlemen, after listening to the defendant's testimony, you only need one word to summarize it. One word. Unbelievable. The defendant
Hannah, when you say, why would you call your son and say that? I think he had a misguided conception of loyalty because Ariel is his son's stepmom, and the grandparents that his son went and told were Ariel's parents. He didn't go back and live with his mom until after this happened. So I think he might have called his son thinking that for some whatever misguided reason that the son would be on his side because that was his son and not Ariel's son. I really think that's what he thought. And then when he called back and FaceTimed his son the second time and asked him, did he tell anybody? He said, yeah, I told my grandparents. I think that right there was the ding, 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 ding. Let me go ahead and jump because he told. He told because those weren't his actual biological grandparents. Those were Ariel's parents that he called his grandparents. And once he found out that he went down there, told them grandparents what happened to Ariel, and then the grandparents jumped into action, he knew right there, his son wasn't about to get into a situation that common sense can clearly get him out of. His dad had lost his damn mind. But I think he was hoping for some sort of loyalty.
Story. She started an argument. The defendant's story is that somehow Ariel, on her birthday, on an unfamiliar hike next to a massive cliff, decided to start an argument. Does that make sense to you?
On a cliff.
No.
Never in the history.
Ariel decided somehow to start an argument about.
And we decided where we started.
She said she wanted to go back and continue to work with Jeff Miller. She wants to travel with Jeff Miller. Does that make sense that Ariel would bring this up on that cliffside? No. It contradicts common sense. It even contradicts the defendant's own testimony where he told you they don't talk about this outside of counseling. The defendant told you that, and that's what worked for them. And somehow Ariel's bringing it up, ruining her birthday on a hike. Ladies and gentlemen, it's unbelievable. The next part.
What the birthday?
The defendant's story. She pushed me.
You get mad.
The defendant says he felt a hard push from behind, that he was looking out over the cliff. He barely holds himself on. He turns around, and Ariel's already 5 to 10 feet away. Ladies and gentlemen, unbelievable. Ariel was trying to push him off that cliff. She wouldn't be that far away. She would have been right behind him, trying to push him again. Defendant's story, she pulled me down on top of her. Think about how that makes sense. The defendant's story is that then he approached Ariel, that he grabbed her arms, and Ariel somehow responded by pulling him down on top of her and not letting him go. Defendant's bigger than her.
Come on.
Defendant's stronger than her.
Come on.
Ask yourself, what person would hold a bigger, stronger person on top of them as an act of aggression? It doesn't make sense. It's unbelievable. Defendant's story, she hit me first. Somehow while Ariel's sitting down, or while Ariel's underneath him, while he's in the position of power, while he's on top of her, the story is that Ariel held him down so he couldn't escape, grabbed his genitals, wrapped her legs around him, and then she picks up a rock and hits him in the face. And as the defendant told you, he said, she hit me one time really good, and that she keeps swinging. The same rock that the defendant used to beat Ariel? Really? The same rock that defendant has told you he only used 2 times, that he only hit her twice with. Ladies and gentlemen, unbelievable. The same rock, no. You can tell it's different injuries. This is the photo of the defendant immediately after his arrest. This was the photo of the defendant almost 8 hours after the incident up on the trail, after the defendant tried to kill Ariel. Yes, there's a small dark spot on his cheek. Is it a bruise? Is it dirt? I don't know. This is Ariel. The idea that this same rock caused these different injuries is unbelievable.
I can't believe he sat up there and gave that story
The
with
idea
my side.
that Ariel could hit him really good, and that's it. It's unbelievable. This is the defendant at the hospital that night, and this is Ariel at the hospital on the same day. Again, minor bruise, major laceration. The idea that these injuries were caused by the same rock, completely unbelievable. You can only see that by looking at the next day. Look at the defendant 1 day later. There's nothing. There's no more. Ariel's got her head wrapped up. She's still got these injuries on her eye. The defendant's story is unbelievable. And lastly, the defendant told you that he wanted to turn himself in, that that's what he was doing when he left the trail. Sunset was coming soon. The sun was getting low. But instead of doing the logical thing and walking down the trail where he knew the police would be, the defendant decides he has to come out of the forest onto the road. The defendant doesn't go back to the trailhead. He doesn't put his SIM card back in his phone. He doesn't turn his phone on because he's not trying to surrender himself. He's not trying to turn himself in. He's trying to escape. And that's why he ran when the police apprehended him. That's why he resisted. The defendant's story, unbelievable. The defendant's story, unlike Ariel's, where Ariel is corroborated, the defendant's story is filled with contradictions. The defendant is contradicted by Amanda and Sarah. Somehow, Ariel finally let go of his private parts, and then he just stands there and looks. He's not on the ground writhing in pain. Does that make sense? He says that she held on so hard that he couldn't escape. Does it make sense that afterwards he would just stand there and stare? No. The defendant is contradicted by the physical evidence. He's contradicted by the fact that there's no blood of his up there. There's no evidence of injuries that support what defendant says happened. He's even contradicted by his own hired doctor. The defendant told you he hit her twice. No more.
Character that looked exactly like him, same what?
But even his own doctor
Glasses.
said
I can't think
2 to 3 hits to the scalp. Hits to the face. Hits to the fingers. So even the defendant's own witness shows that he hit her more than twice. He hit her, add them all up, 4, 5, 6, it could be any of those times. He hit her again and again and again and again. And he only told you 2 times. Ladies and gentlemen, it's unbelievable. He told you he removed his SIM card with a paperclip. Well, state 72 through states 86, that's all the photos. That's all the contents of defendant's backpack. Where is that paperclip? He could have just as easily used that syringe. Open his SIM card, dispose of the syringe. Hiding evidence 2 ways at once. The substantial step again. He made the plan. He made the plan to go hiking that day. He didn't share with Ariel what hike they were going on. He didn't share the details of that hike with Ariel. He didn't share the dangers of that hike with Ariel because his plan was to push her off that cliff. So they start the hike and Ariel deviates from the plan. Ariel doesn't go up to that section from the photo, the super narrow section with no trees. Ariel doesn't want to go up there. So the defendant improvises. The defendant takes a different cliff. The defendant sees his last chance when they take this selfie, his last chance before they get to that lower part of the trail. And he takes it. He takes that chance to try and push Ariel off. He takes that chance. He makes that substantial step. And plan A, the push, doesn't work. Ariel falls to the ground. He can't push her off anymore. So he takes that next step. He pulls out the syringe, plan B, and he tries to stab her with it. Plan C, when that doesn't work, he takes that rock and he hits her well over 2 times. He hits her again. He hits her again. It doesn't matter that she's blocking. It doesn't matter that she's screaming. The only thing that gets him to stop is these 2 women who walk up. That's it. You have gotten instructions about self-defense. It should be clear, the defendant was using deadly force in this case. This rock is known to the defendant to cause death or serious bodily injury. You don't need to be a doctor, although he is. He's actually treated patients who've had rocks fall on them. So the defendant is well aware of the damage that he was doing. He's more than aware because it was his intent. It was his intent to cause that damage. It was his intent to cause death. So yes, it is clear the defendant was using deadly force. And because of that, self-defense doesn't apply. Or self-defense does apply, but defendant cannot claim it because he was the initial aggressor. He was the one who started the physical altercation. He was the one who used deadly force. And lastly, he had a duty to retreat. When using deadly force, before you use that deadly force, the law states you have a duty to retreat. And the defendant didn't do that.
Incomplete statement on the law.
Objection overruled. Ladies and gentlemen, the court instructed you on what the applicable law is. You need to follow the court's instructions as read out to you and as it's provided in the jury instructions that you have.
The defendant did not follow the law. The defendant attacked her. Self-defense is not applicable. The state has disproven it beyond reasonable doubt because the defendant was the initial aggressor. The defendant was the first one to use force. Based on these facts, self-defense is not applicable. Next, you're given instruction on extreme mental or emotional disturbance. This is a long instruction. We'll keep it simple. There's no evidence that the defendant was acting under extreme mental or emotional disturbance when he tried to kill Ariel. Don't be confused by his testimony. He did say he was under severe emotional distress, but he said that after he tried to kill Ariel. He said he was under severe emotional distress after he started to think about how this would affect his job, how this would affect his life. He was under severe emotional distress after he began to think about the consequences of his actions and how his actions would affect himself. That's what that is. The defendant was not under extreme mental or emotional disturbance when he tried to kill her. He only became that way when he began to think about the consequences. And the second part of that instruction states that the defendant's self-control, the defendant's logical thinking is important here. It shows the defendant, when plan A didn't work, he moved to plan B. When plan B didn't work, he moved to plan C. And when he got caught, he fled the scene, he hid the evidence, and he hid himself. That shows the defendant was using logical thinking. The defendant was solving problems as they came. He was not acting under extreme mental or emotional disturbance. Okay. You got a list of other included offenses. You got a list of a bunch of assault charges that are included in the attempted murder in the second-degree charge. When you think about those, just think one thing. He did more. This is what he did. Assault in the third degree, causing bodily injury. Ladies and gentlemen, that means physical pain. He did more. He did more than cause physical pain to Ariel. Assault in the second degree. He did more. Yes, the defendant caused a major laceration to Ariel's head, or severe laceration. The defendant caused a bone fracture to Ariel's thumb. Yes, he did those things, but he did more. But he did more because he was trying to kill her. Attempted assault in the first degree, same thing. Defendant took actions that he knew would cause a substantial risk of death. Yes. But he did more. Because the evidence all shows that the defendant wasn't intending to do an assault. The defendant was intending to kill. All right. 3 things: motive, a beating, and a confession. You've seen through this trial the defendant's motive. He was upset. He was angry. Wherever he turned, Ariel wasn't being punished. First, he talks to Ariel's best friend, tries to air the dirty laundry. But the best friend stays on Ariel's side. Deanna stays on Ariel's side. She's not punished. Then he emails Andrea Miller. Giving this other woman Ariel's personal contact information, her cell number, her personal email. But Andrea Miller never responds. Ariel's not punished. And then he goes to counseling. They go to marriage counseling. And instead of focusing on the affair, what do they focus on? These intimacy issues, these issues that Ariel testified about, these issues that were defendant's fault. Everything the defendant tried to do made sure Ariel was never punished. So he did it himself. Every response defendant had to this emotional affair showed the defendant's need to control Ariel. He wanted to control where she lived. He wanted to separate this woman from her 18-month-old child. That was his response. His response to finding out was, you should move out. He wanted to control her job. He wanted her to quit. He wanted her to be dependent on him. Because once Ariel quit her job, it's much harder to divorce. She has no more income. She can't go find another remote worker, nuclear engineer job. The defendant knew how much a divorce would cost. He was looking at his own documents, his own records from his prior divorce. He was looking at his own records that showed how much he paid in his prior divorce, because that's what he was thinking about. He was doing that math. He was doing that math on what it would cost to divorce Ariel, what he would give up. And he just couldn't stop thinking about it. He couldn't stop thinking about this emotional affair that he's built up in his head. And because he couldn't stop thinking about it, he made a plan. He made his plan to kill Ariel. The beating. Plan C, the third substantial step, the one that's the most visible, the one where she got these injuries. The defendant took the rock. He picked it up. He swung at Ariel again and again and again and again and again. That many swings shows that the intent was not just to hurt. It was not just to defend. The intent was to end her life. That's what the number of swings tells you in this case. Ariel's only relief, the only thing that stopped him, was the defendant being caught in the act. It was the intervention of Amanda Morris and Sarah Bucksbaum. That's it. So we end with the confession. 10:42 a.m., just a couple minutes after this happened, the defendant calls Emil. It's a video call, not a phone call. So Emil could see what the defendant was saying. He could see the defendant's face. He could see the defendant's mouth moving. There's no gray area with this confession. As Emil testified, he has no doubt about what the defendant told him. There's no phantom gust of wind that came up. There's nothing like that. The defendant confessed to Emil. He told Emil that he tried to kill Ariel. He told Emil why. He told Emil that Ariel got away. He told Emil that Ariel was having an affair. That doesn't sound like a goodbye suicide message, does it? He told Emil that he was at the end of this rope. And think back to the last thing that the defendant told Ariel before he tried to kill her. He told Ariel, I'm sick of this shit. That's corroborated that he's at the end of his rope. Same idea. What didn't the defendant tell Emil? Nothing about self-defense. Nothing about Ariel attacking him. Nothing about what he testified to you. Is that reasonable? Does that make sense? No. 10:42 a.m., the defendant FaceTime video calls Emil. He confesses. And Emil's next step, after being put in that situation, after being put in a situation as a 19-year-old that he had no want to be part of, Emil does what he does. He goes and tells his grandparents. He goes and tells them what the defendant said. And Judith Mast, ends up texting the defendant, 11:33. She texts the defendant, "Is Ari okay?" She asks the defendant about her daughter, and the defendant says nothing. He doesn't respond. But what he does do shows his intent. What he does do, he calls Emil again, and he asks him, "Did you tell anybody?" That shows the guilty conscience of the defendant. That shows that the defendant was not acting in self-defense. That shows the defendant was thinking about what his actions would do to himself. He was thinking about himself. He wasn't thinking about Ariel. He wasn't thinking about her condition. It was only himself. So, ladies and gentlemen, there's one verdict and only one verdict that does these things. There's one verdict that holds the defendant accountable for what he intended to do, for what he tried to do to Ariel. There's one verdict that's supported by the physical evidence, the digital evidence, the corroborated testimony of witnesses, and the defendant's own confession. There's only one verdict that's corroborated that makes sense with all of that. There's only one verdict that the evidence and justice demands. And that verdict is that you find the defendant guilty as charged of attempted murder in the second degree. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is our second morning recess. Ms. McCallum will get you, I'll just say 11:10. We'll reconfigure the courtroom during the recess. We will come back. The defendant will have the opportunity to present the closing argument. All rise.
The other objection from the state is somewhat through on the evidence. It's inviting the jury. It's asking.
All right.
5-373, the President calling all four counsel of record. Jury is absent from the courtroom. Counsel, you want to see it. Mr. Garner, you wanted to take up objections to the defendant's proposed closing slides.
Yes, Your Honor. The first is on slide number 14 on page 5 of the printout that defense counsel handed to both of us. It's a slide that says examples of deceptive behavior. I do believe this is impermissible argument that is essentially stating that Ariel has been deceptive in the past. It's an argument that is trying to make a 404 argument that says that she is deceptive now. That is the one reason under HRE 404 that you cannot use prior bad act evidence for. It is explicitly stated that you are not allowed to use prior bad act evidence to show conformity therewith. And that's exactly what this slide is attempting to do. So we'd strenuously object to introducing this, using this slide, using this argument that is against the rules of evidence. It's asking the jury to consider something evidence for an inadmissible purpose. So I do believe that's not appropriate. And that's the first objection.
We'll start with Mr. Siriato. Mr. Otake.
Your Honor, obviously her credibility is at issue, and there's been multiple examples in this case that has come up in the evidence about deceptive behavior, and it is critical, obviously, that we be able to point that out. So I've never heard of, we can't point out in closing how a complainant has been deceptive or dishonest. I mean, that's he just spent half an hour saying how Gerhard was dishonest. So obviously that's fair game in any closing argument.
Anything else you want to add?
The issue is not commenting on the evidence, it's inviting the jury to not follow the law. That's the issue here. They are allowed to comment on the evidence that was introduced at trial, and I understand that. But what this is asking is not that. It's asking the jury to consider this evidence as, again, under the only improper purpose under 404B, conformity.
Understood. State's objection is overruled. We will be allowed to argue the complainant witness's credibility. It might be inadmissible under 404 with no exception of 404B. But there is the avenue of admissibility to attack credibility with specific instances of conduct in those 6 ways. So state's objection is overruled.
The other objection from the state is somewhat throughout the defendant's proposed closing argument. There appears to be snippets of transcripts, and they appear to have been, some of them highlighted, some of them not. As the court and everybody here is well aware, the jury will not have transcripts available when they go into deliberations. They won't, and these transcripts are purported to be of the testimony during the trial. So they're not transcripts that were identified as exhibits and introduced into the trial. They're transcripts of the testimony of the trial. Everyone's aware the first question the jury always asks after going to deliberations is, can we have a transcript of the witness's testimony? And the answer is always, transcripts are not available. So it's not fair to the jury. It's to put these essentially unmarked exhibits into the PowerPoint. It does give undue weight to what that is, especially consider the jury is instructed to remember the evidence on their own rather than what a court reporter may have written, that it essentially gets around that instruction that the court gave to the jury. It puts undue weight on only these portions that the defense wants to put weight on. So I do believe it's not appropriate for transcripts to be referenced, trial testimony transcripts to be referenced in closing argument.
Can we drill down on that a little bit more, Mr. Garner? The real objection is the form with which they're displayed. Because if there wasn't question and answer, and it was just not even a paraphrasing, if it was just the verbatim testimony without the Q&A descriptions, that would not be objectionable.
That's correct. And that's why putting it in, this format with the new Courier font, when it's clearly a transcript written by somebody else, gives it undue weight. It takes away that.
Sorry, it's not the font. Only we know it's Courier font. But it's the format of the Q&A.
Yes, that's the main reason.
Okay, Mr. Otake.
Your Honor, I've done this in many trials. It's pretty commonplace. I've done it in civil trials. I've done it in criminal trials. We took the time and money to order the dailies, and it's what was said in court. It's the best evidence of what was said. And I'm just, whether it's in that format or another format, it's the same substance. There's nothing improper about doing this. I've done it many times in many courts. They had the option to order the transcripts and use their government resources to pay for it. They chose not to. And so this is what was said in court. And I'm not taking it out of context. I'm not going to argue it inappropriately. I'm not going to, it's just what was said. I don't know what font it's in or what, it is.
Do anybody else look at his lawyer and think they two peas in the pod? Like, she hit you first. She threw the first blow. Like, got him really thinking that he didn't do nothing wrong or something.
What was said. And we chose to order it and pay for it, and we've done it many times. I'm not aware of any rule that says we can't do this. So I'm asking that the objection be overruled and we get on with closing.
Anything else you want to add?
No.
I'm glad I just watched this. I'm glad we are watching this together.
The slides with the transcripts, and they are in fact transcripts, there's no dispute about that, are not, they're the actual transcripts as represented by counsel. It's not a misrepresentation of what was said. It's not even a paraphrasing of it. While I'm uncomfortable about the form,
Before I make
at this point in time, I'll overrule the objection and allow the parties to proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What has been provided to court will be made part of the record to document the state's objections. It will be court's exhibit 1 for trial.
And Your Honor, I did show the state some demonstratives. If I would like, Dana, I don't believe that an objection, but it's gonna be facing away from you, so I'll show it to you now.
Please.
This is the first one. Accurately describes page 2 of the instructions. And then. Oh, shoot. Darn it. This is the second one.
Mr. Gordon, no objection.
To these two demonstrable aids, no objections.
Anything else we should take up before the jury returns?
No, Your Honor.
Nothing from the state. Actually, can we approach really quick? Sorry. On the record, it's fine.
Off record?
On record.
Man, I just feel like his I tell you what, if you send me up there to search that area for anything, ain't shit gonna be found because I'm not about to fall trying to find nothing. If it's up there, it's up there. If it's up, then it's stuck. How about that? I ain't going up there. Gonna go up there, be bent down, have my equilibrium all off. Gravity take control. I'm tooting and booting. The next thing you know, I'm flipping and flopping. No, I'm not going up there. If that syringe was up there, it'd be up there. If it's up, then it's stuck. I ain't going up there. Nobody going up there get that shit. I ain't looking for nothing. Don't execute no search. I'm not going. And I ain't calling off either. I'm having my happy ass right down here at the bottom. Somebody finna get up there, be to searching for something. A syringe. What the fuck I don't. Not it. That's right. But we at the bottom, safe and sound. Your goofy ass get to tumbling down like Jack and Jill. That's cool. I'll call somebody for you, and I'm gonna tell you. I told your dumb ass not to go up there. I'm not going up there looking for nothing. She says it's a syringe up there somewhere. I'm not going. She said here too. On the other side, on both sides. We're not it. No, you can't do that. You can't do that to yourself. See, people be getting themselves in situations that common sense can get them out of. Common sense say, y'all found the medicine. He a doctor. It's likely he could have had a syringe. He definitely did. Oh, I think that's the boys' basketball court. 1 second. Ooh. I ain't sending no Ghostbusters because I want to go and disturbing those spirits. I ain't messing with nobody. I ain't messing with nobody. Ain't messing with me. Don't you go up there messing with them people?
Record, all jurors are back in the court. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience. Before we hear from Ms. Rotake, the argument that the state made about justice requiring a particular verdict that Mr. Varner made right before we ended is stricken from the record. You are to return a verdict based on the evidence that's presented, or the lack of evidence, or reasonable inferences therefrom, as well as the court's instruction on the court. Mr. Rotake, are you ready to present the defendant's closing argument?
I am. Thank you, Your Honor.
Please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to begin by thanking you all for your time and dedication to this case. Most people serve on juries, couple, 2-3 days. You guys have been here for close to a month now, and I want to just express heartfelt thanks for that. It was your time and doing that made sure that Gerhard got a fair trial. That's what this was about, and we appreciate your time tremendously. You know, we're at the end of the trial here, but I want to actually circle back to the very beginning. The very beginning, jury selection, and remind you guys about that. Multiple days, started off with 200-something jurors, whittled it down, excuse after excuse. People couldn't be here, couldn't be fair, couldn't set aside what they heard, weren't willing to give him a fair shake. And we whittled it down to less and less and less, and we ended up with the 16 of you here. And it wasn't by accident. It wasn't by accident. It's because we saw in you what we were looking for. Jurors that would wait until you heard everything. Jurors that weren't going to convict somebody based off of media reports. Jurors that weren't going to just look at one side of things. Jurors who had logic, reason, and common sense. And most importantly, jurors who had integrity to follow the law on reasonable doubt.
Objection, move to strike. None of this is evidence.
Sustained. Please
So
continue.
I'd like to move to strike the entire closing argument up to this point.
Sustain the objection. Mr. Rotake, please continue.
We went through that process. You guys promised us you would do certain things, and we knew that you would. Now, I'm going to walk you through the evidence and the law today, and it'll be clear that there's reasonable doubt all over this case. All over this case. Before I do, he wants to, whole unwilling, unfaithful, unwilling, untrue. We talked about that. He wants to say unbelievable. I'll add another unword. Undeterred. They're undeterred by the evidence. It doesn't matter what it shows. They're going to spin it in their favor. They came up with a theory and they went to search for facts to support it. They didn't look at the evidence and say, what's the theory that points that out? They came up with a theory and they tried to find any fact they could to fit it. They were undeterred. Undeterred by the DNA. The DNA shows, and I'm going to go through it. She's holding the rock. She's a trillion level DNA on the unstained side. Undeterred. Oh, must be because when she was blocking. Undeterred. The computer, I have to call Inuma again to say that sometimes the computer accesses these files. Undeterred. Still shows that he's looking at this credit card statement from 2018 to show that he has a financial motive that is cheaper to kill her than divorce her. Undeterred. Undeterred by the fact the eyewitness picks the wrong person out of the photo lineup. And still, she stared at him, looked into his cold, dark eyes, saw him very clearly, picks out the wrong person. Undeterred. Undeterred by the bruise on his face. Oh, maybe it's dirt. Maybe it's dirt. Evidence should lead to theories. You don't come up with a theory and then search for evidence to spin it to fit your theory. That's what happened in this case. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go through just some of the law initially, and then we're going to come back, go through all the evidence, and then I'm going to come back on some other parts of the law. So I want to start off first by reminding you, as you know, you took an oath, right? You told us that you would give your word that you would follow the law. You'd follow the law, and we know that you will. I want to start, you can follow along in your instructions if you want. I'm just going to start on page 2. Page 2. You know, I talked to you at the beginning about these 3 principles of justice and fairness that keep our system safe for all of us. Anytime the government waves its accusatory finger at anyone, these principles kick in, and it's a safeguard. It's a safeguard, and that's summarized on page 2. You must presume the defendant is innocent of the charge against him. This presumption remains with the defendant throughout the trial of the case unless and until the prosecution proves the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The presumption of innocence is not a mere slogan. Not a mere slogan, but an essential part of the law that is binding upon you. It's binding on you. It places upon the prosecution the duty of proving every element, material element of the offense charge against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, I'm a visual learner. I had this chart earlier to help you guys understand how that works. We talked about how the presumption of innocence, you don't start in the middle. You don't start in the middle. It requires that you start here. You start here. It requires that.
Okay.
And then there's a gap. And it's a proof gap. This has to be filled with proof beyond a reasonable doubt before you even step this way. Before you even step this way. If there's no proof beyond a reasonable doubt, you don't move. You don't move. And let's look what a reasonable doubt is. You must not find the defendant guilty upon mere suspicion or about evidence which only shows that the defendant is probably guilty. Probably guilty is not good enough under the law that you took an oath to uphold. What the law requires, ladies and gentlemen, what is required by law before the defendant can be found guilty is not suspicions, not probabilities, but proof. And think about that word. It's a strong word. We don't pay enough attention to that word. Proof. That's a powerful word. Proof of the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the law. Probably not enough. That's the law. Again, visual learner, I have a chart to help you with this. This chart summarizes page 2 in a more simple way. State's burden, it's their burden, right? We talked about they brought the charge. Make no mistake, this is not Errol Koenig versus Gerhard Koenig. This is the state of Hawaii versus Gerhard Koenig with their resources, the police force, their computer experts, their everybody. Their burden, state of Hawaii versus him. This is their burden. If they only provide, if obviously 100% you think is not guilty, not guilty. Probably not guilty, not guilty. Possibly not guilty, not guilty. Maybe not guilty, not guilty. Maybe guilty, not guilty. If you're like, maybe, maybe not. If you're left thinking, I don't really know what exactly happened. Maybe, maybe not. If you're here, not guilty. Possibly guilty, probably guilty, not guilty. That's how high the burden is. It's a safeguard against convicting innocent people. This is what you took an oath to uphold. I'm going to circle back to this, but this is what you told us you would apply. Now, I'm going to go through more of the law later, but just very quickly, the law on attempted murder, the elements are on page 14. Page 14. Before we go through the evidence, page 14. Second paragraph. A person commits the offense of attempted murder in the second degree if he intentionally engages in conduct which, under the circumstances as he believes them to be, is a substantial step in the course of conduct intended or known to cause the death of another person. That his intentions was to kill her. That was his intentions all along. That's what they have to show. It goes down, paragraph 1, the elements. The defendant intentionally engaged in conduct. And 2, the conduct under the circumstances as the defendant believed them to be was a substantial step in the course of conduct intended or known to be practically certain by the defendant to cause the death of Errol Koenig. That's what they have to prove, more than maybe, more than possibly, more than probably, that his intention and his knowledge was practically certain he was going to kill her. That's their burden. That's what they have to prove. We'll come back to this. There is an instruction on self-defense. I'm going to talk about that at the end after we go through the evidence. They are the included offenses. I'll walk you through those as well. But let's now look at the evidence, and it'll be clear there is just massive amounts of reasonable doubt. So the first thing, one second here. This issue about, was this planned? Okay, was this planned? This big plan, he just went through this motive, that Gerhard Koenig, you got to know him, that he came up with this plan in late December, that it was going to be cheaper to kill her than divorce her. Was this plan? Let's look at the evidence. Is there a reasonable doubt about that? Let's walk you through that. First of all,
I'm trying to figure out which one.
she brought up the idea of going on a trip to Oahu. That was her idea. Why?
Wasn't her idea to
If
bring
you're planning on killing somebody,
that height.
you're an anesthesiologist. You have access to, as they fault him for being a doctor, I'm going to get into that a little later, having these things at home that he uses to save people's lives. That your plan is, let me not stay on Maui where there's probably 800,000 less people and more secluded areas. Let me sneak syringes through TSA onto an airplane, come to the busiest island there is in Hawaii, 1 million people, go to a place, a trail, a parking lot I've never been to, that I'm not familiar with, and in broad daylight, 4 minutes from a very busy parking lot, I want to try and kill her. That's the plan. That makes absolutely no sense. Logic, reason, common sense. Why would you do that? The life insurance issue. Well, this is the busy parking lot. So I apologize. You saw this in, this was the plan to come here. With all these cars, all these people, he says 99% don't hike or whatever. He didn't know that. He put in here, this is the plan, according to them, that he's going to come to this unknown place with all these people, all these cars, and try to kill his wife instead of just doing it on Maui. That's the plan, according to them. The life insurance issue. Now, this shows two things. I mean, we're going to get into later about how he told her about it that morning, and she learned that morning if something happened to him, she would get $1.5 million. But it's relevant in another way. If in December and January and February, you're planning to kill your wife, why are you going through the process of obtaining $1.5 million on your life for her? That's not the sign of somebody plotting to kill somebody. That's a sign of somebody trying to work on, okay, look, we got to figure this out for our kids, and if something happens, there's, he's not planning to kill her. Now, the birthday card. He writes this morning. It's the only time she got emotional because she knows it was genuine. And I'm going to talk about that more later. He writes this. There isn't an obstacle in this world too hard for me to fight through for you. I would take on anything just to see your smile. You're one of the kindest, most giving and selfless people I know. Selfless people I know. Putting others before yourself. So much love. You're the heart of our family. Fun, fearless, and a terrific mom. The kids and I hit the jackpot with you. He meant that. You don't write a letter like this because if you're planning to kill somebody 2 hours later.
Didn't crazy man up in Boston?
There was no plan.
A note.
There was no plan.
What was
The
that?
Fed reservation. He made a reservation to go to dinner that night. He's not planning on killing anybody.
Didn't Brian write the note?
There was no plan. This is from that day. They're having a great trip. They had gone through some rough times, but they were making some progress, in part because they weren't really talking about it. And that's why she felt comfortable. I'm not saying she was trying to hook up with Miller again. She wanted to travel for work. And that's why she felt comfortable bringing, hey, we've been making progress, but, I got to travel for work, And then she says, my mom can come with me. That's what Garrett told you about. So this is them on the trip the day before. This so-called big plan. There was no big plan. Now, why are they committed to saying that there was this pre-plan and financial motive? Well, because of course, it makes no sense anyone would have syringes on this hike unless this thing was pre-planned from earlier. So they have to stick to that, even though it makes absolutely no sense. There was no plan. And I got to tell you, I got to tell you, okay,
You guys have a
when they get into the fact that in like December or whenever it was, there's a text message where she's like, "Are you coming home soon?" And he's like, "This lady just got hurt on a hike and a rock fell on her, so I'm trying to like save her life." The fact that they're trying to say that at that time the light bulb went on in his head and he was like, "I got it. I can kill her on a hike with a rock." I
Objection.
mean, that's
Improper
ridiculous.
argument.
That's ridiculous.
And a move to strike.
Granted, that's why.
Okay, well, that's what he was pointing out.
Objection again to improper argument.
you can probably speak it again.
The idea that he came up with this plan because he was trying to save a patient's life who was hurt with a rock on a hike is ludicrous. So, ladies and gentlemen, as much as they want to avoid it, as much as they try to talk about witnesses and corroborations, the reality is this. What happened on the mountain before the hikers got there, it is essentially she said, he said. The witnesses told you. They didn't see much. One witness only saw one hit. The other didn't see a hit at all. One of them picks out the wrong person in the photo lineup. Okay. Everything before that, they told you they can't say what happened. They don't know how it started. It's she said, he said. Now, by the way, these witnesses who apparently stood there and stared at him for 30 seconds, looking into his deep, cold eyes, they didn't see no syringes on the ground. You know, the one she says she flicked out of his hand that landed right there? They're nurses. They didn't see that because it didn't happen. The point is, ladies and gentlemen, when it's your burden of proof, it's this high, and it is she said, he said. Your she said better not offend logic, reason, and common sense. Better not offend be contradicted by the physical evidence. Better not be highly motivated. Better not have examples of many times where she was deceptive to the police and to you. And all of those are present with her testimony. I'm going to walk you through that. Now, logic, reason, and common sense. The bottom line is Ariel Koenig is not reliable. She's not reliable. We talk about credibility. The question is reliability. Okay? Logic, reason, and common sense. We don't ask you to leave that at the door. We want you to bring that in here and look at what was said. Let's look at what she said, right? I mean, basically she's saying she wouldn't take the selfie, and then he was like, "I'm tired of this shit. Let me throw you off the cliff." And then he tries to stab her with a syringe as he's loading it first, and then he bashes her up to 10 times. That's her story. Okay. First of all, the way she describes it makes it sound like he had multiple arms, like an octopus. She says that she's covering, he's on top of her, covering her mouth, and then he has a syringe, and then he's loading he has a vial, and he's loading it, but he's holding her down.
States the evidence.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Sure, come on up.
The inference is, why would you have a vial unless you're trying to load it? He has a syringe in his hand. The other hand, he's holding her mouth. He's down on top of her, doing all of this while she's supposedly kicking and fighting. He only has 2 arms. And in the middle of it, they're having a full conversation. Your mom's not going to be very happy if you do this. You know, the kids aren't going to be, you know, her story makes no sense. Now, logic, reason, and common sense as we look at her story, and it is a story, okay? If we look at her story, if this was a big plan that someone's going to bring a syringe to incapacitate somebody and stab them to make it easier to throw him off the cliff, don't you think they would load the syringe ahead of time? Don't you think they would load the syringe ahead of time? Their story is that he's that's the plan. And in the middle of it, he's like, oh, wait, I got to take out this vial and get it ready. That makes no sense, especially given the fact that it's undisputed. He had just gone up the mountain by himself for 10 minutes. If he had it and wanted to use it, he could have loaded it. It makes no sense because it didn't happen. It didn't happen. The other thing, and I'm glad he brought up this thing about plan A, plan B, plan C, because it proves the point I was going to get to. Why in the world, if you bring a syringe to incapacitate someone to make it easier to throw them off the cliff, why would the syringe be plan B? It would be plan A. You would use the syringe first, and then you would throw them off. You wouldn't start the scuffle and make that, start this scuffle and then be like, oh, wait, now I'm going to stab her with the syringe. That makes no sense. It makes no sense that, that's the plan. He knows if something like that happened, he's a doctor, a toxicology report would show propofol in her thing, in her blood, that this is
Objection, not in evidence.
It makes no sense that he would start the scuffle before using a syringe if that was his big plan. Because it didn't happen. This idea that she could just flick the syringe out of his hand. He's holding it tight, according to her, just flicks it. None of that makes any sense. This idea about, well, he hid evidence. The rock is found right there. We don't know exactly where because HPD should have photographed it before they moved it. But why would he get rid of the syringes and leave the rock? None of that makes any sense. And then, of course, we get into him leaving her on the mountain. Leaving her on the mountain. If this is a big plan to use this hike as the opportunity to throw her off and kill her, why would he walk away and leave her there alone thinking he's going back to the car? And they're trying to say, well, all kinds of things about that. But the reality is this. If you think, even though it's not true, if he went off on his own, because if she said, well, it's too high, I'm getting a little scared, and his plan was to kill her, he wouldn't leave her. He would say, okay, you know what, that's fine, but let's just at least go over here and take a selfie and then try to throw her off, right? He wouldn't have left her for that reason. If he was planning to try and throw her, he would have stayed with her. And then her rationale, it went, to get around the idea that undisputable that she clearly said when he got back, she told the detective that he said, oh, you're still here. He was surprised that she was still there. She says, well, he knew I meant I was going to go exploring in that area. Where was there to explore? We heard from witness after witness. It was you either go up or you go down. You don't go off and go exploring. That was her way to try and cover up. That it was clear he left her thinking she was going back to the car, which you wouldn't do if you had a plan to kill somebody by throwing him off the cliff. PSA, we've all been through it. Sharp metal syringe objects, sharp objects, not going to work. Not going to work. Logic, reason, common sense that he has this intent to kill her, but then he lets her crawl away. He lets her go down to the witnesses. Doesn't come after. Doesn't make any sense. Her demeanor. They say, oh, she was very matter of fact and just told it. Ask yourself, if someone's describing what should have been the most horrific thing they've ever been through, bloody murder, someone's trying to stab you with a syringe, a monster's trying to throw you off a cliff. When you're recounting that, you might get a little emotional. Not at all. And she's not just someone who doesn't get emotional, because we saw her get emotional when we showed her the card. When she read the birthday card, she got emotional. I submit to you that was probably guilt, but whatever it was, she knew it was genuine, and she showed an ability to show emotion. That was real. The card was real. You cannot get emotional over a made-up story that didn't happen when you started the fight. Reasonable doubt, logic, reason, and common sense. Now, Ariel's story contradicts the physical evidence. It just does. And this is a huge problem for them. And they try to come up at the last minute with, well, maybe when blocking it, her DNA got on it. But let's talk about that. Because we're talking more than probably, right? He wants to say maybe blocking her DNA got on it. Maybe. Okay. But let's use our logic, reason, and common sense and look at the physical evidence. What does Scott Henderson say? The DNA guy. Generally, yeah, you could expect higher likelihood ratios with the more DNA that's present in a sample. The more DNA present in the sample, you can expect a higher ratio, yes? Generally speaking, yes. The more someone's DNA is on the sample, the higher the number, higher the number. He then goes on, we learn from him and Amarin that, very important, the rock, swabbing from the unstained area, there was a stained area that looked like blood, and there was an unstained other side. They swabbed the blood, they tested, of course it's Ariel's blood, I told you that in opening statement, right? The blood side was Ariel. The unstained side, they don't test for blood, they test for human skin cell touch DNA from people holding objects, they told you, okay? The unstained side had a profile for two people, Ariel and Gerhard. Ariel's number was 1 trillion. His was 290. Let's go back to what Henderson said. The more DNA present on the sample, you can expect a higher ratio. Yes, yes. 1 trillion to 290. The rock was in her hand. The rock was in her hand. The DNA shows that. That blows away her whole story. That she didn't have the rock. The rock was in her hand. Her DNA is all over that. This idea, well, maybe when she was blocking, it hit her. That's not going to lead to that much of her DNA on it, more than him.
Objection, speculation.
If he's holding the rock the whole time and she's just blocking, there's going to be more of his DNA than hers. She was holding the rock, and that blows away their entire theory. Scientifically, I asked Amarin, what about scientific evidence, Miss Amarin? And we talked about it. It's unmotivated. Scientific evidence is not trying to get full custody. His retirement. It doesn't lie. It is what it is. And they may say, well, maybe it was there because of this. Again, maybe, maybe not. A huge reasonable doubt. A huge reasonable doubt. She had the rock in her hand. 1 trillion to 290. Now, the other thing about the physical evidence is the injuries. They want to say, we heard about the stellate laceration. I'm going to talk more about it later. But it has one point and it spreads, right? And you heard, she at the end said she doesn't know how many times she was hit. The doctor, Grosjean, said 2, maybe 2, I cannot say how much more. Dr. Arden says 2 to 3, okay? If she was hit 7, 8, 9 times with all his might, it would be way worse. Physical evidence doesn't support her version of events. Also, if she's under attack, she's going to be scratching, doing biting, as she says. He has no scratch marks, defensive wounds. There's no bite mark on him, even though she said she bit him. The physical evidence doesn't support her story. And that's a huge problem when it's this she said, he said, and this is your burden. That's a huge problem. Further problematic is the examples of deceptive behavior that we saw through her. Many examples of deceptive behavior that makes her unreliable. We heard about her deleting the text messages to hide it from her husband, to hide the extent of a relationship. That is inherently deceptive to do that. That's inherently deceptive. Now, the affair. Look, I'm not the morality police, okay? I'm not here saying she's an awful person because she had an affair. That's for you to decide, okay?
Objection,
The relevance.
improper.
Okay, I can.
And move to strike.
Last argument of morality is stricken for the record.
The relevance of the affair is primarily that she lied about it to the detective. The context is showed in the relationship in January, February, and December, but the relevance is she lied about it to the detective. And that is incredibly important when it is she said, he said, and is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Let's look at this. This is, he said, well, she describes it to the detective as just some flirty text messages. He says, well, there's nothing in the text messages about sex. Well, she deleted most of them, so we don't really know what's in there. But we do know what we saw. On the trip, the day before he's going to confront her, this is at 11:22 p.m., presumably Hawaii time, or maybe it's California time, whatever, but it's late at night. She's sending this to Jeff Miller. Jeff Miller is sending her this. They have a nickname for Gerhard, Helu, which is that radiology, nuclear, whatever. They call I have Helu. They have a code word to let each other know when he's around. She's listening to an audiobook, How to Help My Spouse Heal from My Affair. That's what she's listening to. He says to her, you're engaged and continue an elaborate secret affair instead of coming to me asking to work on our relationship. And her response is, if anything, I learned how stupid it was this time and I know how to make sure it doesn't happen again. That's her response. Okay. Now, to the detective, no affair, just some flirty text messages. To you guys, no affair, just some flirty text messages. You saw 12/1, December 1st, all day long on a Sunday. Good morning, all day long, all day long, all day long, good night. And that's how she says it to the detective. She was misrepresenting, deceptive, and lying to the detective. Further examples of deceptive behavior is what she does with her primary care doctor and the records. After the fact, she tells her primary care doctor in an email to add, can you add traumatic brain injury? I want to make sure the documentation is consistent between my care at Queens back here in Mount. And that's the important part. Why is that important? Because, number one, she says she doesn't recall reviewing the Queens records. The Queens records doesn't mention traumatic brain injury. Arden told you that, the two don't you think if traumatic brain injury was in her Queens records, they would have asked Grosjean or Carlton Whitney that? It wasn't in there. So this shows she is not just asking the primary care doctor to do this, she's deceiving the primary care doctor into believing that the Queen's record said traumatic brain injury. So the PCP will be like, oh, okay, I'll add it. It's deceptive behavior. It's incredibly misleading. Now, she says she's surprised about the work bag. She's surprised about the work bag. Oh, I didn't know. She knew he had it there. She knew there was syringes and vials in there. She calls her attorney. And then they turn it in and say, oh, surprise, look what I found. She knew it was there. She knew it was there.
I think he made the
She lied about that. She lied about her affair. She lied to her primary care doctor. There is I really like quotes. So there's an author, famous author by the name of Samuel Clemens. Most of us know him better as Mark Twain. Mark Twain was giving a speech once to some young people about the dangers of being untruthful.
He's a character.
And what he said was, you ought to be very careful about lying. Because once caught, you can never again be, in the eyes of the good and the pure, what you were before.
Objection to improper argument.
You guys come in here, you give people the benefit of the doubt. They come in here, you say, I'll hear them out. And then they lie about different things. They deceive.
Right here.
In the eyes of the good and pure of all of you, you can't look at her the same again. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. If she's going to manipulate her PCP doctor, if she's going to be deceptive to the detective, do you think for a second she would hesitate to be that way with you? And then we get into bias, interest, motive. We talked about this. How she knew a divorce was coming. She wanted full custody, how they're using these allegations against him to get full custody, to make it where he can't ever see his kids again, to get half his retirement, to get all of the house, things that she might not get. She knows that. She said to you that their statement is, we want full custody, but if depending on the outcome of the case, that can be revisited later. She knows the ramifications. Now, let's compare that to Mr. Gerhard, Dr. Gerhard Koenig. You got to see him. Trust your gut. Trust what you know about people. Is he somebody that is a monster that came up with this plan to stab his wife and throw her off a cliff? Is that the sense you got from him? Or was he a hurt human being struggling with infidelity but trying his best?
That too.
You know, they talked about his parents, how they moved from South Africa when he was young. He worked really hard to become a doctor. He talks about, oh, she was trying to control everything about her. All of this awful controlling guy. What does she say? Prior to December, you generally describe your marriage as good, right? Yes, sir. This is what Ariel said. You don't describe your marriage as good if somebody is a controlling, coercive, violent person. There's a lot embedded in this. You don't describe it as a good marriage if unless they're a good dad. Look, domestic violence is horrible. There's some awful men out there that use their power, control, financial means to control women in improper ways. This is not him. That's not him. She wouldn't say it was a good marriage if he was like that. His version of events, they fault him for wanting to see her phone and things like that. The audiobook said that's what it takes. This is Ariel. I asked you earlier, you understood the audiobooks you're listening to by these professionals says to give up privacy, give up access, get them to trust again. She says, yes, they're faulting him for the professional advice, what is said. He's not trying to deprive her of her career. He's trying to stop her from seeing the guy that she had an affair with. He was fine with her getting another job. That's a very human thing. Why would you be okay with her going back to work with the guy that she had an affair with? Now, he went into detective mode when he found out about the affair. That's a very human reaction. Very human. He was on the computer looking up Reddit and infidelity and getting some advice. It's not easy when your partner cheats on you. He's struggling with it. They're making some progress in January and February because counseling, she turns it not about the affair, but about other issues. But they're making progress. They're kind of heading in a good direction. They go on this hike. And it makes sense that at that hike, she brings up this issue. Again, not that I want to be with Miller, but hey, I got to travel for work. Okay, I got to travel for work. And this is a detail that you just can't make up, right? He says, then when they're fighting about it, she said, well, my mom can come with me to chaperone. He leaves her because they got into a fight, not because she's afraid of heights. She goes on all kinds of bungee jumping hikes all the time. He comes back and he's like, oh, you're still there. He described to you what happened. He's not saying, oh, he grabbed me and pulled me down. The scuffle started on this mountain trail and they ended up on the ground. Whether they tripped or fell, whatever, he ended up on her. And then he told you how she's grabbing his testicles. And she admits to it. And then I also squeezed his testicles. That's her testimony. It was all happening so fast. We spent a lot of time going through it all. That's not real life. In real life, you don't get hours to be like, okay, and then you did what? Well, why didn't you do this? Well, did you consider that? Did you consider doing this with the rock instead? It was happening in seconds, and he reacted, and he had a reflex, and that's human. That's human. That's human. He reacted. And then he felt horrible about it. And he told you about that. He never wanted to hurt her. Never. He felt terrible about it. He was shocked that he could even do that to her in that moment. He felt horrible. The physical evidence supports his story. The DNA, and I'm going to get into the medical evidence a little more in a second. You have this, which apparently might have been dirt, undeterred, might have been dirt. You have a cut, you have bruising, right where he said he was hit. Reasonable doubt. Now, the FaceTime with Emil that they call a confession. There's no assurances of reliability. He explained to you what happened in that call. We need to consider it in the context in which it took place and ask ourselves, is this a reliable, thing that happened that we can rely on? Two highly emotional participants in the phone call. One is suicidal. One is thinking his life is over. He's very emotional, calling his son to say goodbye. The other, obviously, not blaming Emil at all, incredibly emotional. His grandma said she was shaking, crying. Two very, very emotional people. Then you look at the environmental factors. He's on the side of a cliff. And they made it a point to get the HPD officer to say, it's very windy over there, notoriously windy. Very, very windy day, according to the police. He's on speakerphone on the side of a cliff talking. And he told you what he did. He was explaining to her, look, she was having this affair. She got hurt. This is her blood. She crawled away or got away. She crawled away. And she said, I tried to kill her. He was telling her that's why he was going to end his life. He wasn't confessing. He was telling her that's why I'm going to end his life. Now, we know this is his testimony. So as you sit here today, there's parts of the exact wording and timing of what was said that you don't quite remember exactly verbatim, word for word, correct? He said, yes. He cannot tell us exactly word for word what was said. And then we have an example of him making assumptions. He first tells the detective, my dad said he tried to push her off the cliff. That's what he assumed. Not blaming him, that's what he assumed. But later on in the conversation, in the interview, the detective asked you about that, and he clarified, he said, the part about her pushing her off the cliff was what you assumed he meant, not what he actually said, correct? He said, oh, yes, correct. So we have an example already of him saying something that he assumed that wasn't accurate. He wants to say, it was so clear at the end of his redirect, he said, without a doubt, I know what was said. Do you recall how he had to try 4 times? The first 3? Emil said, yeah, I was confused. I'm kind of confused. And he asked again, yeah, I'm kind of confused. I'm kind of confused. And finally, Emil understood what the prosecutor wanted him to say and agreed. I'm not faulting Emil at all, okay? This was a misunderstanding. The second call shows that. Gerhard calls the second time, and he wasn't saying, why'd you rat me out? He was saying, wait, what? You told Ariel's parents I tried to kill her? Oh, like, I gotta go. And he was gonna go kill himself again. This idea that he wasn't giving Ariel to blow by blow what happened, Emil to blow by blow what happened. He was trying to say goodbye to his son. This is not a confession they're making it out to be. I just point out to you, it's not his fault. He's lived with Ariel the last year. He wants to be on Maui. He likes it here. He knows the only way he can stay here is living with her. We talked about her and her actions with the detective and the primary care doctor. He understood what the prosecutor wanted him to say after the 4th try. This was not a confession. Gerhard's actions after the incident, they want to say it's consciousness of guilt. I say it's it's proof he's human. He went into deep despair. He couldn't believe that he could cause that kind of harm to the person that he loved. And that can coexist with defending himself in the moment, in that reaction. He felt horrible about it. He went into where he was suicidal. What he was saying to Emil on the phone was, I gotta go. I don't want the police to find me, is because he wanted to keep open the option of killing himself, which was turning to be harder than he thought. He didn't want to get caught at that time because he was still thinking about jumping and killing himself. He wasn't evading the police for the purpose of, I don't want to get caught. He wanted to be able to kill himself and have that option. And we'll talk about when he turned himself in later. And that's why he did what he did with the SIM card. He didn't want the police to find him because he was thinking about killing himself. And this idea that in the middle of this suicidal place of being super emotional, that you open your SIM card, you bend a paperclip, open it, and you're gonna take the time to put it back where it was instead of just leave it over there? It shows he's human that he felt terrible about this. He told you how bad he felt. And that can coexist with self-defense. Now, this idea that he was fleeing from the cops, first of all, the officer didn't say we pulled up right next to him. Very clearly, they said we pulled up, there was a lane in between us, and he was on the grassy area, This grassy area right here. They said he was here when they got out of the car and he started to flee, I remember? And I said, come on, you know, how the heck was he not going to get in the bushes if that were the case? And then, shockingly, the prosecutor asks him, well, you played D1 football, right, officer? I mean, the fastest man in the world, Usain Bolt, Olympic sprinter from Jamaica, could not get to him from the car if he's trying to get into the bushes. Look, I get it. Officer safety. Look, I'm not faulting them. They came in hot. They're the strategic enforcement detail. Apparently, you got to be 300 pounds to be in it. I get it. They think he has a syringe. Okay. They come in hot. They couple strikes. Don't hit him in the face and arrest him. I'm not faulting them for that. I don't know about this. You know, saying he was trying to flee. Okay, that's not cool. Okay, but I get it. Officer safety. He has an injury. Look at this. It's dry blood and it's bruising. It's the kind of purple bruising that takes place hours later. When you first get an injury, it doesn't bruise. This happened earlier. Dry blood, purple bruising. That takes time to get to that point. A theory and search of facts. I talked to you guys about this. To try and use a computer to manufacture financial motive without telling us last week that sometimes, I'm sorry, how much time is that? Thank you. That sometimes the computer opens files and shows it was accessed. Don't you think that would have been fair to tell you guys that? Instead of leading you to believe that 100% Gerhard looked at all of these things? Look, make no mistake, he said 80% of it he looked at. He's not hiding that. He's just, when he's up here saying, like, I don't remember at 3 a.m. looking at a 2018 Amex credit card statement that was in my old divorce file. And, you know, I mean, but undeterred. It shows he had a financial motive. He was looking up how much his divorce costed him in the past. What? He makes a lot of money as a doctor. The search terms: kill, push, shove, syringe. They're looking for the smoking gun. They have had it with his computer. Looking for the smoking gun. What do they find? No smoking gun. Just some search about hikes that you would search if you were truly just going on a hike. Again, maybe, maybe not. They were looking for the smoking gun. They don't find it. So what do? They manufacture a motive, undeterred, theory and search of facts. Oh, no smoking gun. But you know what? It shows he's looking at financial documents. He has a financial motive. It's not fair. I submit to you that whatever they found on that computer, they would find some way to spin it. Whatever they found, they would find some way to spin it. That's not fair. The work bag. And this, I gotta say, he uses these tools and materials to save lives. And they want to fault him for having it? He's a doctor. He talked to you about why he has it on Maui, not on Oahu. He uses these things to save lives, not try and somehow poison his wife. And she knew he would take it from work every day. Now, self-defense, first thing you got to decide is whether or not this was deadly force that he used. We know it wasn't. We're going to get into that in a second.
Okay.
But it doesn't matter either way because it's the same rock that she hit him with. So even if it was, even if you say it was deadly force, it was the force that was used against him. So it doesn't matter. It's the same rock. The only thing it does say about it, and this is the part that was incomplete about the duty to retreat. It says the use of deadly force is not justifiable if the defendant knows he can avoid the necessity of using such force with complete safety by retreating. You only have to retreat if you can do so safely. She's holding on to his testicles, hitting him. And it just talks about being reasonable. He used the same force that she used against him. And they want to say, well, look at the difference. How could it be the same rock? Obviously, if one gets hit cleaner than the other, the same rock can do that. You know, like I could throw something at a baseball at someone's head, and one it hits them in the face, and one it hits them in the arm. It's going to cause different. You know, obviously it can be depending on how the direction, how hard the landing was. He stopped. He didn't keep going. What amount of force was used? We know. Like I said earlier, we know what Ariel says she doesn't know. I don't know the exact number. They are downplaying what she said because they know it doesn't make sense. They're saying, oh, up to 10 times. So what does that mean? 6, 7, 8, 9? Doesn't mean 2. But now they know that doesn't make sense. She was hit 8, 9 times. And oh, maybe she meant less. She doesn't know. Grosjean says possibly 2, maybe more. I cannot tell you. Arden says 2 to 3. He says 2. Grosjean talks about air, dirt. He's not a forensic pathologist. He didn't test the material just to show like what it was. You know, her condition after. You saw her walking. She's walking on the hill. Okay. But more importantly, this is her talking after. And I'm going to ask you to do something with me now. If you could help me out here, either close your eyes or don't look at the screen and just listen to her voice.
Where does he work?
He works for TMG at Maui Memorial Medical Center. TMG is called it.
At Maui Memorial.
Memorial, yeah. Well, TMG is a group of anesthesiologists.
Did you guys drive here today?
Yeah.
Which is your car?
It's a Nissan Rogue.
Do you remember the license plate? If not, that's okay.
It's not our car, we live on Maui.
What color is it? The Nissan.
It's like black or it's gray. It's gray. Let me just wet my mouth. I wet paper towel so my mouth feels really works. I don't have any memory, so. Sorry, I know. No, you're an angel. I'm trying to stop the bleeding until they get here. I know, I really. 24.
What was Jeff wearing today?
Wearing like a light gray shirt and
Okay. Does she sound like she has a traumatic brain injury too? She sounds okay. Look, I'm not saying it wasn't a bad cut. And look, I'm not, you know, nobody wanted her to have that cut. I'm not saying it's not, you know, I'm just saying the level of force he used, you can see. It was, he talks about chunks missing from his scalp. No doctor said that. It was soft tissue. You heard from Dr. Arnett, a very credible man, that apparently for 14 grand is going to sacrifice his integrity. Obviously, he's not going to do that. He told you that blood is not a good indication of the severity. The blood is not a good indication of severity. No skull fractures, no soft tissue. The tip of her thumb, he said it was just the very tip. And sure, after the first hit, he puts her thumb, it hits hit, just the tip is fractured. We heard about that. All 3 doctors agree. No substantial risk of death and no serious bodily under the law. All 3 said that. We talked about the stellate laceration. The Glasgow coma score was 15 out of 15. Triage, they waited a few hours outside because she wasn't in that serious of a condition. She had a bad laceration. They sewed it up. She went home the next day. And I don't mean to. He feels terrible that happened, but he wasn't trying to kill her. That's about the amount of force that was used. Now, her eye. let's look at this photo. The orbital is the most fragile area there is. And he said, very fragile bone. If he hit her with that rock, it would have broke bones. There was a scuffle. They landed on the ground. They're fighting. There's elbows. He's going for the rock. They're fighting for it. There's no doubt her eye got hurt in this thing. But he didn't smash her eye with the rock the way they want you to believe. And then you have his injuries. We talked about that. Now, it's the state's burden to prove to you this was in self-defense. More than probably. That it wasn't under the circumstances, that he reacted as a human when she was doing these things to him and hit him. They have to prove to you it doesn't apply. It was a reflex. It was a reaction. It was a human reflex and reaction to defend himself in the moment. And that can coexist with him feeling terrible about it after. This happened extremely fast, and then he stopped. Now, we talked about the elements of attempted murder. He had no intent to kill her. You see on the bottom, and self-defense applies. They have to disprove those two, self-defense. Then there's something that takes you down to the others, right? The other offenses. If and only if you find the defendant not guilty of attempted murder, then are unable to reach a verdict, unanimous verdict, then you must consider these other included offenses. None of them apply. Self-defense is a defense to all of them. If you think that they didn't disprove self-defense, it goes all the way down. But you work your way down through these things. I'm just going to go through it quickly because I don't have a lot of time. The next one is attempted assault in the first degree. That he took a substantial step in conduct intended to culminate in the commission of assault in the first degree. That he intentionally or knowingly was trying to cause serious bodily injury. Let's look at the definition of serious bodily injury. Serious bodily injury means bodily injury which creates a substantial risk of death or which causes serious permanent disfigurement or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ. Right. The doctors say she didn't have that. He wasn't trying to do that. This doesn't apply. Self-defense, no intent to cause serious bodily injury. You go on to assault in the second degree. Again, serious, no intent to cause serious bodily injury. Self-defense applies to all of this. So you work your way through, self-defense applies to all of it. Her motive to try and get custody and conviction of any of these things helps her with that. Assault in the third degree.
Or improper instruction of the law.
Should be substantial. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the instructions in the law. That's the instruction in the law.
Then you get to assault in the third degree, bodily injury or negligent use of a dangerous instrument. Again, self-defense. He wasn't negligent. He was reacting. Reasonable doubt as to every one of these included offenses. So you just work your way down. And then there's something after that called a mutual affray. If this was a mutual affray. Reasonable doubt as to all of these. Now, I'm almost at the end here. I have couple more minutes. I want to end by saying a few things. This is the law. I ask you to use this as a guide to your deliberations. It's not about trying to figure out what happened. Your only goal is to answer the question, is there a reasonable doubt? Did they prove beyond a reasonable doubt this was not self-defense? More than possibly, more than probably. Let that guide your deliberations. It's a way to simplify things. After you talk about any piece of evidence, come back and remind each other, yeah, but does that prove this beyond a reasonable doubt? Let that guide your deliberations. I couldn't help but think last night. when they moved here, the United States, there's these constitutional rights that we all have. They didn't know it at the time, but it was for a moment just like this. When a jury of his peers would come together and follow the law and follow through on the oath that you took. I want to end with a quote. There was a politician back in the day who was giving a speech, and it was to other politicians, but I think it applies pretty well to jury service. It says, "For those to whom much is given, much is required. And when at some future date, the High Court of History sits in judgment on each of us, recording whether in our brief span of service, we fulfilled our responsibilities to the state, our success or failure will be judged by the answer to 4 questions. First, were we truly men and women of courage? Second, were we truly men and women of judgment? Third, were we truly men and women of integrity? And finally, were we truly men and women of dedication?" I ask you to keep those 4 things in mind as you deliberate. Courage to follow the law and do what's right, even if it may not be popular. Judgment to see through some of this ideas that he had a financial motive, that it was cheaper to kill her. Common sense judgment. Dedication to these principles and our Constitution. Dedication to it. Uncompromised dedication to the presumption of innocence and reasonable doubt. Deliberate that way. Uphold your oath. Follow the law. Let this guide you. Enforce the reasonable doubt standard. Follow the law. Do these things. And integrity will be yours. Thank you for your time over the last month. On behalf of Dr. Koenig and Mantha Dirks, thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. I'll just have you remove visual aid. Appreciate it. State your role.
Oh, Lord.
Mark Twain also said, "If you tell the truth, you don't have to remember anything." Think back to defendant's testimony. Think back to every time he was asked on cross-examination something that made him look bad, something that made him look like he had a motive, something that was incriminating. Think back to every single time the defendant was asked something like that. And what was his answer? "I don't recall." Ariel Koenig was able to sit here and testify in front of you for 3 reasons. First, she had her intuition. She saw the defendant looking at her feet on that trail. She saw the defendant tracking her every move. She saw the defendant making sure he saw where she was. And that's what made her feel uneasy. It was her intuition. Second, she fought back. She fought for her life that day. And defense wanted to characterize it as a full conversation, but it was Ariel begging for her life from the defendant. It was Ariel saying, think about the kids. It was Ariel saying, nobody's going to believe this was an accident. This is Ariel trying to reason with somebody who is trying to kill. And the third reason, and the most important reason that Ariel was here to testify to you, is Amanda Morris and Sarah Buxbaum hearing a call for help, going forward, looking at what they saw, and helping Ariel out. Because the evidence shows that is the only thing that stopped the defendant that day. The only thing that stopped him from continuing to beat Ariel with that rock, from continuing to hit her, from continuing to try and kill her, was Amanda Morris and Sarah Buxbaum catching him in the act. Defense wants you to think about the life insurance. But you should think about it differently. This is a couple who's going through it in their marriage. Why is it time to renew life insurance? Does that make any sense? No. What the life insurance is, what many of defendant's actions are, is the defendant covering his tracks. The cover-up proves the crime. Defendant had control of the scene when he was done, so he took the evidence with him. He didn't need to take the rock. In fact, he knew that he was seen with the rock. He knew that Amanda and Sarah saw him with the rock. Why take it? Then what reason would Ariel have to make up the syringe? None. Think about what Ariel knew. Ariel knew that he had tried to push her. Ariel knew they were right next to a cliff. Ariel knew that people walked up as she was being beaten with that rock. She had enough already. There's no reason to make up the syringe. Defendant's attorney said something. These are the facts you just can't make up. And that's what the syringe is in this case. It's a fact you just can't make up. Let's talk about the confession. Emil told you he has no doubt about what the defendant told him. If this was truly a goodbye phone call, if this was truly the defendant telling his son that he was going to commit suicide, what purpose at all would there be to accuse Ariel of having an affair? What purpose does that serve in saying goodbye? That makes no sense. It's just trying to throw dirt on Ariel. That's all it is. It's trying to throw dirt on her. It's trying to make her look bad. It's trying to justify his actions because he knew from the minute he did it, and he knew from the minute he planned it, that it was wrong. And then look at that timeline again. Why? It makes no sense. The defendant was simply trying to say goodbye. It was simply a miscommunication between himself and Emil. If it was a miscommunication, why wasn't it cleared up? Why wouldn't he just tell Emil in that second phone call? Why would in neither of the FaceTime calls the defendant say anything about self-defense? Why wouldn't the defendant say anything about Ariel supposedly attacking him? Because in that moment, he was confessing. In that moment, he had a guilty conscience. And that's why he did what he did. That's why he hid. That's why he tried to run from the police. Think about the list of people that would have to participate in this, what essentially is being alleged as a massive conspiracy to believe what defendant's saying. You have to disbelieve Ariel. You have to disbelieve Emil. You have to disbelieve Amanda. You have to disbelieve Sarah.
Come on.
You have to disbelieve the
Everything.
medical evidence. You have to disbelieve the doctor that the defense hired. And you have to disbelieve what you saw with your own eyes. That's why the defense asked you to close your eyes when they played that video. They wanted you to ignore what you see. That's what this case is about. That's what they're asking you to do. Open your eyes, make a decision based only on the evidence, and the decision is clear. The defendant tried to kill her. The defendant tried 3 different ways, and he learned out multiple times that day. It is harder to kill than you may imagine. You were told earlier about the defendant's constitutional rights and the founding of this country and how important that is. What are those 3 phrases that this country was founded on? You've probably heard them before. Life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. And in this case, the defendant, beyond a reasonable doubt, made a conscious choice to try and take Ariel's life. He made a conscious choice to kill her. And that is why the only verdict that is supported by the evidence is that the defendant is guilty as charged. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ball, the second degree in for deliberation. Before I do, to the first 12 jurors, is there anybody here who feels for any reason they cannot participate in deliberations in this case? I see no hands. So that means Mr. Kiyama, Ms. Kishi, Ms. Pang, and Ms. Yang, I'm able to let you go, but you're not quite yet done. If one of the other jurors cannot complete deliberations, you may get a call to come back and participate in deliberations. Okay. So even though you get to go back to your regular lives and you're not sitting here in the courtroom, those 3 rules still apply. Don't talk to anybody about this case. Keep an open mind. Do not try to learn about this case outside of the courtroom until one of 2 things happens. Number 1, you get a call to come back. Or number 2, you get a call letting you know that deliberations are complete and the case is done. So unless or until you get one of those 2 calls, those 3 rules apply. Don't watch any media, just in case you might have to come back and do further jury service. On behalf of the parties and the rest of the judiciary, thank you very much for your time and your service. I talked about Gold Star jurors early on. You're weathering 2 storms to be here, and all the flexibility and perseverance that all of you showed. That still remains true today as more storms come our way. So again, thank you very much for your dedication, your perseverance, and your service. If I do not have a chance to talk with you later on, I hope you and your families remain safe during this upcoming storm. And again, you have our gratitude. Thank you very much for your service. You're free to leave the courtroom. Thank you for being seated. So ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as you already know, lunch is going to be brought in for you while you're in the jury deliberation. I do have a couple of final instructions before I send you in. Your deliberations take place during what I call banker's hours. So you're allowed to deliberate up until 3:45 today. If you're unable to reach a verdict, I ask you to come back, start again at 9 o'clock. And the reason why if you ask why is it so early, because if there is a verdict, there is time needed to assemble everybody to receive the verdict, and it won't happen before the end of the day. So that's why I released jurors at 3:45. Have you come back at 9 o'clock if you don't reach a verdict today. You will have communication forms along with the verdict forms that will go into the jury deliberation room along with the exhibits. One note about the communication forms. If you do send a communication to the court asking a question, it does take some time before an answer can come back to you. Sometimes it takes up to 45 minutes, sometimes an hour. If you're waiting for a response, if you can continue on with the deliberations, please do so. A couple of other things. You will not have the opportunity to ask for any additional information that you think is helpful. So you have all of the evidence that's available to make your decision on this case. Also, there are no transcripts available for the testimony of the witnesses. So you have to rely on your collective recollection as to what the testimony may have been. Before I send you in, is McCallum, Ms. Alba Fisher. Will you stand and raise your right hand? Do both of you solemnly swear or affirm that you take this jury in charge, that you will not communicate with them except by order of this court, that you will allow no one to communicate with them, and that you'll conduct them into court again whenever so requested by them or by order of the court?
I will. I will.
Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask that you take your notebooks, take your jury instruction packets, and all your personal effects as you go into the jury deliberation. All rise. Everyone is seated. Jury is out of the courtroom. Mr. Barner, anything you want to say on the record before we recess?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Mr. Hunter, anything you want to place on record before we recess?
No, Your Honor.
To all of you, thank you very much for the work that you put in on this case. I remain impressed by the lawyering talents. I haven't been here that long. It's small for some people, but one of the true joys of this job is watching excellent attorneys represent their clients and apply their craft. And I am truly privileged to watch that in this case. So thank you very much for excellent lawyering. Until we hear from the jury, court will be in recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, guys. We'll be here. Take our break. So, as you heard, in Hawaii, they're only going to go from when they start, which is noon my time, and they're only going to go till 3:45 p.m. their time, which is 5:45 for me, 8:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So from about 3 p.m. to 8:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is when they will be deliberating, and they're actually getting ready to start deliberating once again in like 3 minutes. So what we will actually be doing, and they have 3 hours up on the verdict clock, and we haven't heard anything yet. So they're already deliberating. Or they actually started at 11. They started at 11, but this clock is stopped. Hold on, y'all. So I was getting ready to say I'll come back if there's a jury question. We'll go take our lunch as normal and then come back if there's a jury question or verdict. However, I'll show y'all what I am seeing. Y'all see that? I don't see anything in yellow, so they haven't seen anything. But if you look right up there in the top, the verdict clock is not moving. They're 3 hours behind me? I thought they were only 2. Oh, wow. It's 8:58 there and 11:58 here. Okay, so they're 3 hours behind. So I guess we'll wait and see. Let's pull the chat back up and see. Oh, it says okay, that just said their team said the jury's not there yet. Okay, jury's not there yet. Okay. All right, so it looks like Law and Crime has stated that the jury has not even entered yet. So once the jury is there, then they'll go ahead and I guess finish deliberating. So those 3 hours from must be from yesterday, and then they're waiting to go into yeah, okay. So the jury's not in yet. All right, guys, so we'll go ahead and take our normal lunch break and we will come back. No, it hasn't restarted for today yet. That was just from yesterday. Oh, why did that one flip? All right, so turn your notifications on. If there is a jury question, I will do my typical updates on TikTok. If there is not a jury question, but there is a verdict, then I will go ahead and set the stream to come up for the verdict for either one. Yeah. But for now, well, I don't think it's going to be more than an hour. We'll just go to lunch for now. I'll see you guys in a minute. Let me go get something to eat and a Pepsi. See y'all in a minute.